Hello and welcome. This is Grant Hughes of Grant Hughes Investigates on YouTube. This channel evaluates all aspects of true crime. As you are aware, videos and live streams in this genre often discuss elements of crime that may be disturbing to some viewers. If necessary, take the precautions needed to avoid these feelings. Factual information related to cases is the key to fostering rational true crime discussions. Fortunately, you will find that here. Please hit the like button only once, share the video, and subscribe if you like my content. Thank you very much for watching.
We're all Richard Allen!
It's the house!
Huh?
There's mosquitoes the size of bald eagles in that dadgum swamp.
Whoa! What's going on, freakazoids? I'm trying StreamYards again, or StreamYard. Does it sound okay on StreamYard? Is it too quiet? Are we too quiet again? Testing, what? Looks pretty high, actually. Looks too high. Let me turn it down. Testing. Alright. Well, unfortunately, my video didn't do too well earlier for some unknown reason. Who knows why? Should have done pretty good. That was nice. I can't believe that part about the pool party where Koberger was staring at the... Oh, that part was the least... yeah, it's kind of creepy, but... yeah. You know, when I watched it, I was thinking, these guys must watch my show, you know? I mean, the way they animated on my 7-minute video and my 9-minute, the one I do 7 minutes of hell or whatever it's called, it's almost the exact same thing. Coming down the stairs, except I have Ethan. You know, I was like 2 years, a year and a half ago before we knew the order. But their model's almost exactly the same. I mean, when I'm looking at it, I'm like, oh yeah. See, when you guys look at the model that was on the special, didn't you just think, oh, I've seen that 1,000 times, right? Yeah, I hope that's how it was. You guys should have been able to, when you watch my show and then you watch that special, you should have just, that it looked totally similar. You had been saying and doing. Yeah, I mean, the thing is the only parts I don't know are the things that weren't out there that they got. We've been saying all of the same stuff. So, I mean, I'm sure that people watching my show, a lot of it, they were like, oh, gee, yeah, we heard, okay, we know that, we know. We're just better even than they are. Like, for some reason, they didn't put in the 1330 Linda Lane footage. I mean, that absolutely ties it together. I don't know if... I think Keith thought that as soon as it goes by the camera, by 1112 King Road, then it turns right and goes and parks back there, but that's not what it does. It goes back behind 500 Queen Road in a loop and then parks back there. And that's just the way it is. But for some reason, it didn't make it in there. I don't know what it is, but they seem like they weren't as interested in their surveillance. Like, they do all these testing and polls. And maybe it's true, because I put out that video today and it got so few views, it sucks. Okay? You know, I didn't focus in on the sensationalistic parts of the show. But tomorrow, I don't give a damn. I'm going to do the other part. I'll probably put it together, actually. I think it's the biggest, I mean, if you take the DNA away, it would be the biggest. The DNA is much more important with the Elantra. That's the reality. And the DNA proves that, so they're sort of like a symbiotic relationship with the DNA and the Elantra. You know, hey, thanks Van Dazen, and also Timothy Cecil. Yeah, it was kind of creepy when they said he was leering at girls, and then one of the girl told her boyfriend, and the boyfriend came over, and it didn't stop Koberger. He just kept doing it. Like, he just was like, cuckoo. Yeah, I have the audio of the thud sound,
Those 7
you know.
minutes with hearing the screams and thud was so disturbing. Even Ty had seen those clips on your channel already. Really so sad.
But we haven't played the audio clip yet. Yeah, no, there was a 36-minute call and then a 50-something minute call. Why are you saying my name loud, Joe? Yeah, I don't really. I mean, like Greg, everything. Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, okay, yep. It's a 36-minute call and a 50-minute call after the murders, and then his dad apparently got suspicious when he came back. When he was driving back with Koberger or Brian, he was like, he thought something weird or something going on. He probably realized, they're looking for a white car. My kids, I know my kids have got problems, etc. Because they already knew it was a white Elantra, not just a white car. Okay, it was a white Elantra. And they know that their son has one. Yeah. Anyways, how do I get off the main? This one over here, maybe. Yeah. Let's see. I'm catching the live. Sorry. I mean, my girlfriend talks to her parents for hours. Right. Yeah, I mean, those are interesting elements.
Ocean wave emoji, ocean wave emoji, ocean wave emoji.
Thanks, NJ Elaine 1. And yep, on my channel, every single night I do shows. I do shows 7 nights a week, 3 hours a night. And my channel relies on the income generated from the live streams. I try to do ad revenue, but when you have videos that perform like today's, they don't do very well. And I don't know why. There's really no reason for it. So if you're out there and you have the ability to help support the channel, that would be awesome. Thank you. All right, so I did a whole bunch of little screen grabs and things like that. So let's just start going through some of them. All right. Oh, and by the way, the Caleb Quick case that we've been following? Me and Zozo were looking up the owner of the home. It turns out the owner of the home has a child, that 16-year-old girl, and then her boyfriend is the one that killed Caleb Quick, and they're juveniles, so they're not going to really be putting out any information. There's a couple other, there's a new press conference, and etc., but I got to be covering this right now. So, maybe tomorrow, something like that, we can go over that real quick. But pretty crazy. And that's kind of what we were thinking. That maybe one of the victims of his alleged assaults or whatever, elicited a boyfriend, or maybe it was a parent of a kid. It turns out she was the driver. I think we even suggested that as a possibility. You guys remember that case? Not one of you said, oh, wow, that's crazy. You guys are just, it's too much, man. It's too much. Let's see. So here's what my first note here is. This is just a girl, a woman that Koberger met at the pool party. And they struck up a conversation about hiking, and they exchanged numbers. And then Koberger texted her saying, hey, I'm pretty sure we spoke about hiking trips yesterday. See, this is pretty strange that he says that. Like, why would you even say, hey, I'm pretty sure we, like you didn't really even know who you were actually texting at this time, etc. It says, I really enjoy that activity, so please let me know. So to me, it's sort of like a clinical conversation, just sort of really not like a normal conversation. That's what she thought too. And then it just, she never saw him again after that or anything. And then there's another guy that was at the pool party also, and they talked about hiking, I guess, or whatever. And then he goes up to this Kamiak Butte, this guy right here, with a bunch of friends, and then Koberger shows up there while they're already there and passes them and remembers everybody's name. And then Koberger walks all the way up to the into the dark by himself. And where this is located is right up here. Somewhere, right? Yeah, I don't know if this is the butte right here or what it is, but that's where the pin was. I'm pretty sure it's like on the upper portion. That's kind of interesting, little geographical formation there. But it's like 15 miles apparently north of Pullman. All right, so it's right here, and this is where Moscow is. This is where Pullman is, and that's where Kamiak Park is. It's not really relevant, but it's just a thing. Like, he remembered all of them. They barely remembered him, and he, it's something that is sort of interesting. It seems like girls did kind of respond to him. He just didn't know how to react when they did. So that's kind of like these nutjob pro-burger girls out here that, probably write him letters and so forth. Because they think, oh man, he's so cute, that Koberger guy. If I can get past those eyebrows. And so they send him letters, and they just hope that once he gets out, he'll go date them and say, you know what, you have nice birthing hips too. Right? All right. Let's go to the next one. And then it says, a dozen times after the pool party, Koberger was within 100 yards. I think it was up until August, or something like that. A dozen times he was within 100 yards of 1122 King Road. That's what they're saying in this movie. Thank you, Tara. I'm not sure if it's working. Does this work when I put these on there? ASAP Lizzie. Oh, you got an owl there, huh? My friend's an owl photographer. That's all he does. It's crazy. Austin Huber and Timothy Cecil. All right. But yeah, I'm going to need your guys' support tonight. We're currently only at 10% of a goal, and we need to have sort of a regular flow to get to the numbers. And then when we get to a certain point, I'll donate 5 memberships myself. All right, so this one is a dozen times after the pool party, Koberger was within 100 yards of 1122 King Road. And then, looks like on August 16th, 2022, Koberger searched for Ted Bundy. And then on that same, but he spelled it T-E-D. And then if you look at it, he did H7, so it's like, the letters are sort of close on the keyboard. But he said Ted H-Z or H7NDY. So the 7 is pretty close to like the U. If you just went up a little too high, you'd hit the 7. I think that's really his own, or like the H is wrong too. So the H and the B, they're right next to each other. So maybe his finger just clicked on that. Don't know. Hey, thank you. Flora Poste, or Post, what is it, Poste? Or Post? Flora Post. Gifted 1 Grant Hughes Investigates membership to Loaded Hot, I guess. All right, so on the same day that he searched for Ted Bundy, the girls took this photograph at like prior to a party, or at a party that they were going to have at their house. And then that same day, that's the video that we've all seen with Kaylee from the body camera, and that was at 5:30 p.m. So they took a picture. I think this is all the roommates right here. I think that's Dylan Mortensen, Xana, Bethany Funk, Kaylee, Madison. Like that. Oops, something shot by it. It looks like that was about right. All right, and then it was, oh yeah, and then, so 5 days later, Koberger was in, On Farmer Road, I think it's, they give you the next page, it gives you the, no, I think it was, I guess I didn't put it on there. But he was pulled over. I know exactly where it is. It's like right over, I think it's right in this area. Farmer. Yeah, Farmer Road. I think it's right here. He was pulled over. And that was on 8/21 at 11:40. Hey, thanks. Vintage Peacock. Look at that. Gifted 5. Grant Hughes investigates memberships. And then thank you, Deidre. To Dana C. Jeepers. Let's see. Kiri. Kelolozo. I don't know. It's hard to say that. Stephanie. Pretty. And Megan Holiday. Yeah. All right, let's go. So that was, he was pulled over that night, and he got a citation. And then 5 days after that, he searched for, when can a cop detain you? So he's interested in, like, what would he be doing wrong when he's pulled over, when he wants to commit this, because he's been pulled over twice. I mean, Koberger was pulled over 4 times, if you think about it, in a 4-month period or something. I mean, that's ludicrous. You know what I mean? Like when he's driving home, he got pulled over twice. He got pulled over by the one officer for claiming a lane. He got pulled over. I mean, he's just, man. And then he also searched. So he searched for, when can a cop detain you? And then around the same time, searched for sort of sexual websites where he typed in forced, passed out, drugged, sleeping. He also searched for, he searched those on Google. So he searched for forced, passed out, drugged, and sleeping. And that's exactly what was happening at 1122 King Road. You had different individuals that were, let's see, they were passed out almost, right? I mean, they were like, Madison had drank a lot. And then they were sleeping. So it was like a combination of these two. Yeah, he had screenshots. A whole bunch of people. I think something at the pool party is what led him to the Idaho, the 1122 King Road address somehow. I mean, do we know if Xana or any of them were over there, or Madison? Or it could have just been that he became interested in Moscow and then he started seeing posts by, they believe Madison Mogan was the target. Hey, thanks, Sherry C, for 3 months. All right. Yeah, and then Koberger, he was a doctoral student. Was a doctoral student and a teacher's assistant, but that didn't go well. He was accused of sexism. He would give girls really bad grades, etc. He had, had problems with women and graded them poorly. Then he also had a person that he shared an office with named Nayoung Ko, and she actually felt something for Koberger. I think she's pretty cute, actually. So she felt something for Koberger, and apparently she tried to, like make a move on him or something at one point, and he just like brushed her off or something. So it's not like he's, an incel is somebody that is like somebody who can never, he just doesn't want what he doesn't want, right? He probably wants the blonde-haired, blue, whatever the hell it is, his ideal woman. So Nayoung Ko had, so this is kind of interesting. I don't know if I spelled this right, but she burned a cake. I put burnt a cake when she got home from, like she burned a cake and she just sort of let it sit there on a counter or something like that. And then when she came home, the cake was in a microwave And then she goes into her bathroom, and all of her cosmetics that are normally in a cabinet were put on top of the toilet, lined up. And that was at 2 a.m. So, being friends with Koberger, she calls him up, and she stayed the night with him, but there was no, anything sexual. She just stayed overnight over there with Koberger. Nothing. So then Ko began putting the pieces together that he knew about the letter. And he also knew about the... Oh, wait, excuse me. It says 2 items were missing, a watch and a personal letter. So she goes into the bathroom for cosmetics, and they were on a shelf. They were on a shelf, and they were put onto the toilet. And then there was 2 items missing, a watch and a personal letter. And it turns out Koberger knew about the watch and the letter. And then she said also the day before this cake incident, she couldn't find her apartment key that she normally keeps in her office desk. And so Ko got worried and wanted to install a security camera, and she was having trouble installing it. So then she asked Koberger to help do that. She then began to wonder if he was spying on her. I mean, that's pretty crazy, isn't it? I wonder if she got... would she ask him to help even if she was already nervous that he's the one that... So maybe it's all just kind of after this. Pretty creepy though, huh? Alright guys, gonna have to ask again. We're just absolutely doing abysmally tonight, so if you have the ability to help support the channel, I would really appreciate it. The channel relies on your generosity. I work all day trying to get these videos and put the live streams together, so if you guys could just pretend that you're at a restaurant and you're like, hey, look at this guy is doing something for us, you help support the channel. All right. There's no other source of income on here. My channel's also donated 240,000. I mean, I don't even really know what the number is. It's never popped in my head. It's $242,979, and that's part of what we do. We get the ad revenue, we get the super chats, and then my channel at the end of each month donates thousands of dollars to various true crime related charities. And the only way that happens is if you guys are generous and help support the channel on a nightly basis. All right. So thank you. Thanks, Von Dazen and Nick. And here's the thing. There's people out there that don't like when creators say, hey, can you help support the channel? I just don't give a damn that you don't like it. All right. The thing is, that's my only option during these live streams. The ad revenue on a 3-hour show with thousands of people watching is like $40. It sucks. Okay, so I need your guys' support, and that is what it is. And if you don't like it, then you don't have to do it. I mean, if you can't afford it, you can't afford it. It's just, but I get sick of people going, gosh, that great guy, he's always trying. Well, you know what? My channel donated $240,000. Those channels give nothing to anybody and keep everything. All right, so screw them. All right, anyways, here's another one. September 30th, 2022, at around 1 a.m., he looked on Google for sociopathic traits in college students. That's pretty weird, isn't it? Thanks, Austin Huber. But Gray, who doesn't dress up as a serial killer? I don't know. And as you can see, like 30 people left because they don't want to feel like they should have to help the channel when they're doing shows for them. And nobody said you had to do a damn thing. I don't care. If you don't want to watch, you don't want to watch. All right, here we go. Koberger's phone pinged 3 more times within 100 yards of 1122 King Road in the first weeks of October. And it's weird that he was looking up for himself. See, this is why I remember a while ago I said he kind of reminds me of the Aurora theater shooter. Remember that? I can't remember. He had the red hair, James Holmes or something like that. He was a psychological major. He was looking into why he was like him. This is totally common. They do this. Thanks, MAGA Mama.
Thanks for all you do.
Koberger's phone pinged 3 more times within 100 yards of 1122 King Road in the first 2 weeks of October. Now he's already got his sights on the particular home at this point, doing surveillance, checking things out. And then 5 days after his traffic stop, I guess this one's sort of, remember that other traffic stop? So he got pulled over on a traffic stop where on campus, and he was talking about, the claiming a lane or claiming the intersection. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Those who can't, yeah. Well, there's a lot of people out there, YouTubers, they don't really make anything. They just take everybody else's work and then discuss it. This is a huge story that we're going over. I don't know what you call it. It wasn't really a documentary. It was kind of I don't know. Yeah, it's sort of a documentary, I guess. All right, so then right here it says, 5 days after the traffic stop, he Googled, can psychopaths behave pro-socially? So he's like, how can I hide that I'm a nut job? I'm a psychopath, is what what he's really saying is, how can I hide this? Koberger Googled his own name 4 times in a span of 13 days. And that's weird, because he did that, I thought this was after the homicides, but he did this here. I wonder why he did that. Maybe he was wondering if people were talking about him online. This is right around that same time. And then on November 7th, just 6 days before the homicide, cell phone data shows that he was within 100 yards of 1122 King Road. November 10th, he stopped using his debit card. So that was probably his last sort of reconnaissance mission on November 7th. And then on November 10th, he stopped using debit card, and then he used anti-forensic measures to clean school computer. I don't know why he'd have to stop using his debit card. I don't really understand the significance of that. Just use it while you're in Pullman, and don't use it while you're in Moscow. And this is November 12th at 8:08 p.m. Koberger was watching YouTube. So this is the night that they go out to the parties. This is 2 hours, or like an hour before Xana and Ethan go to Sigma Chi. An hour, 2.5 hours before Madison was over at the what's the name of that? Something Club. Hell, I can't remember the name of it. It's like right over here. Where is that? Sigma Nu. Huh. What was the name of that? I got to get my timeline out. Hold on. Oh, it's way up here. I was out of order. Corner Club is what now I just popped into my head while I'm staring at the screen. I think it's in here somewhere. No, there it is right there. At 10 o'clock. I don't think that, yeah, that's why he spelled it incorrectly. It's right next to where his fingers would hit. I don't believe that. Because he used it even after that. Clearly. I think he just was like out late at night. Yeah, I just said Corner Club. Yeah, so he's watching YouTube. And then at 9 p.m., so probably just before these two went over to... I always thought that picture was in the day. Didn't you guys think that? Well, I guess it is still... Well, no, not that time of year. I don't think in November. I'm not sure why it looks like it's light out there. So I'm not sure that picture was really taken at 9 p.m. Do you guys think that? I mean, it just doesn't... That looks like a daytime shot. I mean, I understand, yeah, you can have lights, but that's just a lot of lights coming in the side there. What do you guys think? They say this was at 9 p.m. and Kaylee typed in, "One lucky girl to be surrounded by these people every day." Yeah, I just asked a question, Jeffrey. I know what time it was posted. I have it right here. I said that. I'm asking, doesn't this looks like a daylight photograph? Well, it says it's 9 p.m., Cindy. That's what it said on the documentary. And you guys were still only at 1/5 of a goal with, 700 and something people watching. Should be really simple. All right. So this one is click activity. Look to purchase another K-bar knife on November 15th. So if this part here doesn't wake the hell up the pro burger crowds, and it's amazing to me. He looked to purchase another K-bar, and I think it was actually he looked to purchase a sheath. That's the part that I thought was incredibly interesting. Let's just go through these. I think I have it on one of the other ones. He got new Washington plates on November 18th, so just 5 days later. And then on November 22, 2022, Amazon Koberger searched for a utility knife sheath. Doesn't that right there should be the thing? You know why? Because he's not asking for a knife. He's only looking to replace the sheath.
Support of the surviving victims against these loony conspiracy theorists.
Thanks, Jeepers. Yeah, basically what I've been saying for a year and a half is the same stuff that was just on that special. I could have done the exact same thing if I just had a guy that sounded like Keith. I mean, I could have done better. I mean, I would have made it so much of a better thing with the surveillance footage. It just would have been amazing. But anyways, Amazon Koberger searched for a utility knife sheath and then a K-bar leather sheath. You don't think that is just incredibly interesting right there? That right there shows that he is missing a sheath. Who goes out and buys just a sheath? Anybody? Hey, I'm going to go ahead and buy a knife sheath today. Well, you would if you're missing a sheath, right? I think that's huge. And I don't see a lot of people pointing out that. They just kind of, look, he's looking at me to buy another. But you got to realize he's looking to buy a sheath, not the knife, because he knows that. I mean, it's interesting too, because it's almost like maybe he's thinking, oh God, maybe I can replace. Does he go out and get the knife then, and then the sheath, so he has both? I mean, that's interesting. Maybe he was planning on going to get the knife at some point, if he didn't just chuck it in a river. But yeah, the fact that he just is buying a knife sheath should be a huge deal to the pro burgers out there. But they won't talk about it, or they'll come up with something like, lots of people buy knife sheaths. You know what? I've never even thought of buying a knife sheath. Have you? I bet there isn't one person in here that thought, let me go buy a knife sheath today. You might think of buying a knife, a hunting knife or something, but you wouldn't think of, I bet there isn't a soul in here that at one point in their life typed in that they want to purchase a knife sheath. I mean, there's just no way. So we only have 6 membership purchases tonight, and we're only at 1/5 of the goal still. Thank you, Jeffrey. All right, let's go. This one is December 6th. Let's see. I can't remember what this was. I think I screen grabbed it before. After midnight. What did he type in? I think he was typing in, on Amazon, K-bar knife again. He was trying to buy another one. Buy an entire knife. And see, that fits into my serial killer. He left the sheath intentionally as a calling card. and he was going to move on to the next victim. And this Blum guy, he's the guy that wrote the book, was it When Darkness, I can't remember the name of the book. Blum says that father became suspicious on the drive back from Pullman to Pennsylvania. So wherever, whatever source he has, that's what he says.
A cell phone in...
Oh, I'm not playing that. So let's see, where do we got on the... So is that the last one? Blum. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so there was, I think we just did about 19 shots, and then I have, these are the clips of the Elantra that they're using. So here it comes in at 3:30. And back up here, right up here on the left, that's where you would see it later if these guys had thought through it enough and said, now look, back there, behind there, you can see it again. They just lack the intellectual curiosity. They just do the little quick bullet points. So, here it comes, and they just quickly turn around again. I mean, like, nobody cares to see it keep driving by. I mean, give me a break. It's ludicrous. So here it comes at 3:58, and now it's leaving at 3:58:25, and so this is right around the time where the DoorDash driver would be pulling in. But aren't you guys a little bit, like, I find this part interesting, why the, remember how in the probable cause document it said that the Elantra did a 3-point turn at King and Queen, and then recently in the documents it said it did a U-turn at King and Queen, which was those documents were after that. So I thought, oh, okay, they must have just made a mistake and they did a 3-point turn behind 500 Queen Road back there, and then this is just another, and then it did a U-turn here, but it turns out they did a 3-point turn in both places. No, that's the thing, Millennial. They switched it in the documents to doing a U-turn there. Okay, but not that it's a big deal. It's just be accurate, for God's sakes. It's really simple. Thanks, Suzef. Man, it's been a slow one tonight, man. It's crazy.
Hi, Gray and fellow freaks. Red heart emoji.
So here we go. See, like, that's an absolute 3-point turn. Watch. So the turn there and back. Kind of slow even, the way he's doing it. A lot of backing up. Pretty crappy 3-point turn, but that's what that is. That's not a U-turn. And then right before that, it did a U-turn, a 3-point turn back behind 500 Queen Road. I think I can show it to you. Well, you've seen it 100 times. I don't need to do it again. See, look at that. Drove straight down there, back, and it makes you wonder what made him want to come back out here again. I think he's checking on Xana and the lights, etc. But I mean, look, this is a white Elantra, you guys. It's a white Elantra. It's not a lime green anything. Now, this is their animation. I mean, it's a hell of a lot better than mine with all the stuff around, 500 Queen Road. But my house is absolutely the same. I mean, they have a bunch of other stuff around, but if you look at mine, it looks exactly like that. See that? There it is. And then I have my little camera walkthrough. It's all just sort of a 3D model, but it's exactly the same thing as they have. Right? That's how Xana is on the floor like that, and then apparently that's how Ethan is on the bed, just sort of right there. And I mean, it's cool looking at their animation because it's the same exact thing that I have. And this is inside of Dylan's room, and look, I even have the kitchen. They have the kitchen more, the stoves and everything in the correct spots. I didn't really care about that much. Then you go up the stairs, and then you go into Kaylee's room. And then here's Madison's room, and that's where Kaylee and Madison were. And then, see, like, you come down like that. I did a whole video just like this. And they have that exact same thing in their show. So what's going on tonight? What's making tonight so much worse for the channel than other nights? It's wild. I mean, this is a kind of night where you'd think, oh, okay, man, people are going to, you know, he's doing a lot of good work out there. It's wild. Scary. Makes you, that's why you can never just switch straight over to YouTube. Yeah, so let's take a look at theirs. That's Kaylee's room. That's the kitchen. Sliding glass doors right around the corner. It looks just, I mean, it's exactly the same. They put the siding in and everything. I didn't do that. I have my refrigerators there. They come in. The sliding glass door apparently was unlocked. And see, there's the stairs that go up. Looks just like mine. Then at the top of the stairs, you turn right. And that's exactly how I have it. I didn't do anything in the bathroom. It's not part of the case. Window there, closet, bedroom. So like in mine, I don't have the, that's a nice looking way they did that. But look, I have the closet there, the window, everything. And I've had this for 2 years on my computer. So see that? Same thing. It's cool how they made the clothing and everything. Hey, thanks, Stephanie Sprague. Definitely could use some more channel membership gifting by you guys. Thank you, Kick Rocks 214. Very kind, very kind. Thank you. I think, look at this. I mean, I'm just telling you guys. I mean, this is where they're saying, in this part right here, and I mean, let's see if we can find this. I'm going to show you my animation. And I guarantee you they looked at it and said, well, we can make our own. Let's hire somebody. You know, I did it myself, so I don't have any, you know, like a big, huge facility making videos, and I just do it myself. Let's see. Let's get... I'm just going to go look for it underneath my content really quick. You'll see it. It's pretty similar. There it is. So this is the one I show how the car pulls up. See, it's 407. Goes around. Hell, we can play it if you want. See, like the car comes around the back parking lot, 407, and then turns 407-48. And then it parks right around 408, and the person goes inside the house. I think they go in the house, Koberger goes in the house at like 4:10-ish. So watch this when I go in the house. It's very similar to what they did. It's almost identical. Yeah, except I actually took the time to have the sliding glass door open. Then it comes around, that's Dylan's room, then up the stairs here. Goes up the stairs, and then on the left, I'm just doing kind of a walkthrough, but in the correct order. Yeah. This is before we knew precisely the orders and everything. But see, inside of Madison's room, and then inside here, you just have to use your imagination for like 3 minutes or so of what happened, and then we just kind of click it away. You can tell why the homicides could have taken place in a much shorter time frame. And then there they are in the bed like that. That's not how Kaylee was. She was sort of sitting up. But look at this right here. Watch. He comes around the corner, and then he's going to go out there. Now I had Ethan Chapin running around. This is like 2 years ago. But see how that's exactly the same thing that's in their video right here? I mean, look at this. Watch. And then there would be Ethan right there. I mean, it's just amazing. Crazy. Look at this. And then watch what I had in my video. Let's just go back up. I think it's almost identical. In Madison's room, and watch this. Straight around the corner, down the steps, and then right like this. And if you look at theirs, I mean, I don't know, it just feels like it's exactly the same. So that's Madison's room, leaving it, comes around the corner, down, looks, and then goes straight across this way. I mean, I did exactly the same thing they did. It's pretty wild, man. I mean, there's no way that's coincidental. Except in mine, I have Ethan Chapin here, because this is way before we had all the new information we have now. But it's the same order. Like, this is how they have it, where you come down, Ethan Chapin's like, but that's not how it went, obviously. I could probably redo it, make a new one. And so, have it at like 417. Oh yeah, and then that's not how it was either. Now in my latest models I've had for over a year, I've had Ethan Chapin on the bed next to the left wall, the southern wall of the room, and I've had Xana Kernodle laying on the floor where she's visible from the door, just like the probable cause said. Then it turns out later that her feet are towards the door and her head is towards the back wall. Yeah, like she was more like where Ethan was there. And see, there's Dylan right there in the door to the left. And then he exits out through the sliding glass door at 417 something. All right. So they said in the documentary that he, let's see, let me see the wording. So Xana was in the kitchen when Kohberger was upstairs killing Madison and Kaylee. And they believe that then Xana went upstairs and heard something and said, "Hey, there's somebody here," and then kind of ran down. And then Kohberger had already, he's done already, so he chased Xana down, and then I think he killed her in the room. I think that's the order he said it. And Ethan was asleep, and then he cut Ethan's legs, probably so he couldn't attack or something. And then after that, he cut an artery of his, and then he bled out there. And then you hear after that, after you hear the dog barking, etc., that's when he like sat down in a chair. All right, guys, gonna try it again. If you guys can help support the channel tonight, that'd be great. We're not even at 50% of the goal. And like I said before, my channel relies on you guys. So if you want me to be able to keep doing these live streams and making videos, etc., I'm going to need your guys' support. And if you can't afford it, do not do it. Just keep it. But if you can, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Would Ethan Chapin be asleep with a DoorDash order? I don't know. She might have just been hungry and ordered it. Maybe she just wanted one and ordered it quietly. We don't know. Or maybe while waiting for the DoorDash, she fell asleep. I don't really understand the question. Hey, thanks, Allie Cake. And, I mean, I see what you're saying, Thank you,
Thanks,
Forgetful Mandy.
Ocean wave emoji.
When you allow yourself to think about these poor young people experiencing that. Yep. That's crazy. And then here I have him when he's leaving the house. He's the red dot there. This is a video that I made back in August of 2023, if you can believe that. And he gets in the car, and this is when he's doing blood spatter mitigation. See? Look at that. I have him get to the car at like 417 something, and he isn't leaving yet. He's leaving now. Let's see. Okay, there he was. So we didn't know that there was it was 4:20 and 47 seconds until these recent documents have come out. So I had him leaving right around 4:20, which is still, not doing exactly what they said. So I am off by about 40 seconds right there. Yeah, they say because he was tired or something. Mods go above and beyond, and it's always Alley Cakes wave. Thanks for the coffee. Yeah, I don't know. He probably just was tired. I don't know why he would sit in the chair. Maybe he just wanted to sit there for a moment. They said because he was really tired. That's what they said on the show. There was a lot of stuff that, like, the Blum guy says, I just go, what? When he's talking about, he goes, there's really no good explanation for Dylan and Bethany not calling. It's just cognitive dissonance, No, fool. It has nothing to do with that. They were drinking, and they didn't want to know or verify that the fears that they had. That's why they didn't call 911. I don't know where this guy's brain, some of the comments that people make in their opinions, these, quote, experts suck. I did think that the psychological expert that you see on YouTube a lot, Buc-ee or something like that, he seemed pretty good. I don't know I forgot what his name is, but he seemed pretty, like he was, he knows exactly what these serial killers, Buc-ee, yeah. He seemed pretty good. Yeah. Like some of the stuff he mentioned was similar to some of the stuff we read about Danny Rolling, about how Danny Rolling would always kill, if he went into a house and there was a male, he'd kill that person first. And a lot of times, like, he was really angry with the male for ruining his plan. So it's almost exactly out of that, Yeah, I just don't like the show that he's always on. The show that he always goes on. That guy is just... Whew. Let's see. I can... Bloom's cognitive dissonance is off. Yeah. He's not the brightest bulb in the world. I can tell you that. That guy. Hey! Thank you, Cindy Lynn. No fool. I don't know what you're saying, but...
No full lol, great.
Well, good. I'm glad you hit the like button. So everybody right now, hit the like button at least, all right? So let's do it. It's one of the easiest damn things to do in the world, so we're going to have to do our... Right now, hit that like button, 10, 20, 25, 30. Hit that like button, 40, 20, 50, 55, 60, 75, 78.
30, and 30, and 30, 25, 30. You want to put 30, sir, 25, and you're out. I'm 25, 30, 30, now 5, I'm 35.
All right, there you go. Excellent. I have a pull out there. Can you hit the like button? Let's just do it. There's going to be trolls that put no. That's usually our troll counter. Yeah, we got 15% trolls sitting here. A bunch of losers who spend their entire day waiting and thinking about how they can attack Gray Hughes Investigates. Yeah. You said no. Oh, yeah. I said no. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Yeah, that's right, Cindy. That's right. Well, it is. It's stupid. What kind of a dumb comment is? They didn't call 911 because they have cognitive dissonance? Both of them? No, they didn't call it because they were worried that something happened, but weren't sure. Look at that. Cindy Lynn, 57 months. All right. Yeah, somebody goes, I bet that's going to turn out to be a lime green car because my favorite YouTuber told me so. Look it is a white car. Even the one at 4 o'clock is a white car. We showed it yesterday. All right, let me see if I can find that one. I think it was yesterday's show. Let's see. Working on Coburger 9. Those are all my little images. Sitting just out in here. Yeah, right here. Look at this. Does that look like a lime green car to you? And by the way, this is a surveillance camera at Ridge Road at 4 o'clock-ish, like 4:01, right? See that right there? What color is that? What color is that right there? Well, it's red. Okay, well that means that this camera is not filming in night vision. It's filming in with its regular camera, and that's why it was sort of a little dark and they brightened it up. And that's red because it sees a color. It's not night vision. Oops, you lime green nut jobs. It's not green. It's not green. Morbid sunshine. All right. In fact, I think if you believe that this car is green, you're an idiot. All right. I mean, like literally a stupid person. I mean, I don't mean to be, but that's just my opinion. All right. No, but you could, like, if it's lime green and has the right kind of shading and you have a night vision, it could interact with the camera where it would appear white. But that's not what this is right here. Have you seen Doctor? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't look into that kind of stuff. I don't look into people's, like, you know. Let's see, it's like that dress. People see different colors. I always hit the like button. Right. Yeah, we're trying to reach the goal, though, tonight, you guys. We're currently still at about 58%. And there's really no reason why tonight's different than any other night. They don't even make these cars in green. Okay, well, maybe they painted it. Say, Brian is an innocent little delicate bunny. Yeah, sure. And I bet a lot of you didn't even watch my video that I made today. Because it has so few views that I bet 90% of you didn't even see it. There's no way. Now you got to hit the subscribe button and the notification bell for all videos. All right. Thank you, Elizabeth Brown. The sweatshirt hoodie was the same as Ted Bundy video. So what's the Ted Bundy video on YouTube? The essence of...
The sweatshirt hoodie was the same as Ted Bundy video on YouTube.
Is it really Ted Bundy in that video, or is it just like somebody pretending to be Ted Bundy or something? I don't really know what that is, like the essence of a psychopath.
Chewbacca?
Oh, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
Ray, overall, do you think the Dateline info helps or hurts BK?
So it's just somebody that made a video about Ted Bundy. And then, like, the title has a hoodie. He's got a hoodie on or something. I don't think he wears one. I don't know. I'm just kind of going through it. I don't have time to look at it. Thanks, M10 Gray. Overall, do you think the Dateline info helps or hurts Brian Cook? I think it hurts him. There's a lot of stuff that's in there that absolutely, you know, the timing of, you know, let's see. Well, you know, there's a whole bunch of things. Like 2 days later, he's looking to buy another K-bar knife. And then not too long after that, he's looking to just buy sheaths for a K-bar knife, which shows that he must be missing one. But does he then have access to the knife at that point? Maybe that's why he didn't purchase it. He was like, oh my God, okay, I did leave my knife sheath there. maybe I should replace that. And he's about to kick by, then he goes, oh wait, no, I've thrown away the knife. So why would I still have the, you know, I don't know. Maybe that's why he didn't purchase it. I don't really know. Did Koberger like doing stuff by himself in the dark? I don't know if he did or not. Thank you, Timothy. Thanks, KMU, for the taco stomp.
Taco Stomp. Thanks for putting this all together for us. It all matches up nicely.
Yeah, so, I mean, I think it's worse for him. What do you think, M10? Thanks, KME. Catching up on your videos now. I've been at work and clinical for school. Hey, cool. Good. That's awesome. Are you going to be a nurse or a doctor or what? I wouldn't buy another considering he left the last one, but he... Yeah, well, if he left the other one, he would buy another one if he still had the knife and say, I'm not missing my knife sheath. It's not mine. But he's just... I think Koberger's stupid. You know, he might be book smart or something, but he just didn't really think through a lot of stuff. For example, the DNA part. You know, he knew... I mean, that knife sheath was there, and I wonder if he was... You know, if he left it there intentionally, he probably thought, God, did I really get every part of that? Or if he left it accidentally, he's really nervous. Thank you, Jesse Jean. Black hoodie selfie, like AI thumbnail on video. Yeah, right. Yep. That's why I made that. It's just an AI version of the same Koberger video image. Yeah, that's exactly right. Like if last night's show didn't convince it should have convinced 90% of the pro-burgers. But here's the thing is, I don't know, because I think pro-burgers are especially stupid people. So it's hard for them when they're listening to, something so rational. They just all fall back on a conspiracy is behind it all. And that's where it's a problem. Now, you guys might not like that I call them stupid people, but that's just reality. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you guys. You know, the clown, the UK YouTuber, those guys are really dumb people. Now, maybe they have a slick way of talking, and you guys think, oh, they're great, but they're terrible. They are misleading people intentionally for clicks and views because they know that the pro-burger crowd is much more ravenous. Oh, hey, cool. Thanks, Alan. Yeah, I made a video today. You guys want to just see the video? I mean, I can...
Traveling home from on a business trip last night and was not able to watch last night. I listened to part of it, though.
Let me play... I'll just play the animation part from today. It's not really an animation. It's just absolutely... I mean, I think it's exactly what a jury should see, and you put it all together. It's so clear. I don't know why Dateline did not put on the 1330 Linda Lane footage. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Because you're missing a big part of the story where it actually comes out the back side. Let me open this up. Where is it? I called it... yeah. It's trying to load up. Right when it's about to turn left, you can pause. I'm going to move it to the road, and it's mentioned video there. And that in about 20 seconds. 3.2 to the YouTube without special. See, this is I might not have thought were interesting. Okay. I'm just going to play the version where it's... I'm not talking. I'll talk while it's playing, but I'm not going to stop it or anything. Watch. You guys do. All right, so we're going to play that video right now. Look at that. King Road. Heading south on King Road. and then east on Queen Road at 3:30 and 29 seconds. And here's the look from inside that same car, driving east on Queen Road, and is now passing behind 500 Queen Road. See, the lights are beaming onto Queen Road, 500 Queen Road, number 52. And the vehicle's about to turn, and right when it's about to turn, it's picked up on the surveillance camera at 1330 Linda Lane. And then it drives around back behind, and here it comes. Back, you see it over there on the left, and then it comes around the back of 500 Queen Road, and now it's heading towards 1122 King Road. And then the vehicle parks right here by 1122 King Road. And it stays parked there for a minute 20. So that means it was sort of a dry run for the final pass. It literally sat here for a minute 20 doing nothing but staring, watching, observing inside that house. Yeah, I thought this was a great video that should have been watched by thousands and thousands of people, but apparently it just doesn't make it. Nobody shares it, nobody does anything, it just sits there and languishes away. What a waste of time. Maybe I'll make one tomorrow. Anyways, here it goes. See that? Look how dark it got when it turned its lights off completely. So here it comes in just a few seconds. It's going to take off. So look, now it's driving away. Watch this. It's just you'll see exactly what this video is great. And then turns west onto Queen Road. And it's just about to pass 1112 King Road. Here it goes. Sorry, I can't turn that off. But look at that. Ooh. See that? Here, I'll rewind it just a little bit.
Emoji. Ocean wave emoji. Ocean wave emoji.
Here it goes. We'll do that part again. So look at right when it turns, it goes west on Queen, and then watch. Right there, then the camera picks it up. The surveillance camera takes a right, and then boom, right to the visual outside the windows, heading towards Sigma Chi there. Thank you, Alley Cake. And then it turns onto Taylor Avenue, right? And then it becomes Wallanta Drive right at that sign right there. Now it's Wallanta Drive. Now look, it's driving back behind on Wallanta, and right where it's about to turn there, that's where the surveillance camera can see it. The 1112 King Road camera can see the lights of this vehicle at that point. And now I quickly do it, like speed it up 10 times the speed, right? So now it's 335. The vehicle drives around back in the neighborhoods, etc. I'm just doing the movements inside the complex. So it's 336.30. And then here we go. Boom. 38, 32, 33. And here it comes into the area. Boom. Here it comes around the corner at 338. Now it's going east on Queen Road. It's passing 1122 right now. That's over on the right. Here's 500 Queen Road. And then takes a right. Probably didn't slow down like that, but that's just the video I was using. Then it comes around right there at 3:39 and 14 seconds. And then it passes over to the left there, and then I switch over to the other camera. Right here, boom. Comes around. I'm going to do it for all 4 passes and put them all together in one video. Do you guys think I should have the real time, like leave 7 minutes of... It seems like that'd be kind of boring. And then... Here it is, it parks right back there. That's Madison Mogan's room right there on the left there. Right on the right of the building. But left of the screen. And so this time it only stops for about 20 seconds. But it does stop. I mean, I guess it could have driven really slowly down this hill here, but I think it stopped again, looked, and drove away. They should have. I mean, Dateline, I could have done a better job on the Elantra portion than they did by a mile. It wouldn't have been close. And they left out some of the really cool stuff. Sadly. Because right when the vehicle turns right here, in just a moment, right when it becomes Elantra Drive, right past that truck, 1122 King Road can pick up the lights of the vehicle hitting these trees back here. And then it also picks up the entire vehicle lighting system right now. Yeah, there you go. All right, everybody. Thank you all. Well, there you go. That was that. But anyways, I thought that was pretty good. It deserved a hell of a lot more views than it got. You know, you only got 1 day of views, and it fades into oblivion. All right, but man, wasn't that super chat worthy, you guys? I mean, if there's something out there, I'm trying to figure out a way to get the ball rolling where we actually get to the goal tonight. All right, so I got what else do we have in there? Well, what did you guys, when you were watching the show, what were some of the things that you wanted to talk about? Well, I mean, I think I'm one of the few channels that puts out content in video form. Some people don't like my live streams for some reason, but I think my videos are just as good as any of the networks or stuff like that. It's the same. I think it's more detailed. See, I think people want the detail. These shows think people don't. You never notice that when you're watching a news channel? They go, well, we don't want to get into the details, so we're just going to dumb it down for you idiots watching. Well, no. I think people want to have the details of it. Yeah. It's weird how they think people don't. I mean, maybe they have marketing. You know, I guess what I could say when you listen to the pro-burgers speaking, or when you hear them or read what they write, they're lacking a lot of detail. So maybe those are the types that they're kind of, you know, sort of catering to. I didn't hear him mention Dickie's outfit in the episode. Yeah, I guess it wasn't super chat worthy. Dateline made it seem like that, and I don't buy it. It seemed like what? Hey, there's Judy Grandstrand with 5 memberships. All right, we're still not at the goal yet, but thank you. We're getting closer. Need another like 15 memberships, and then we'll be there. Dateline said Ethan was killed, and then he carved. Oh yeah, the carved legs. I forgot that part. Yeah, so he cut his legs is what I said. But yeah, they said the word. That's right. I think they say that Ethan's a artery was cut first that killed him, but then his legs were carved, and then he sat down in a chair apparently there was like an impression on it in blood or something. Yeah, so they use the word carved. Yeah. Don't worry, that makes me think it was said to Xana. Right. But where was Xana, though, at this time? I mean, see, there's some stuff that's confusing about this. Why would you say to somebody, it's okay, I'm here to help you, if you're chasing down Xana to the room, and I don't know, man. It just, a lot of this doesn't make any sense. Oh yeah, I do have the audio here. Let's see. Hey, thanks, Walker. Very cool. Says maybe he was lightheaded after the attack and that's why he sat down, or maybe just taking in the moment. Yeah, maybe something like that. Forgot what I called it though. I don't know if I sort it by date. No, it's in this one. Show notes. Oh, here it is. I cut out the Keith Morrison. His voice. He's such a great narrator. So that's apparently what they've got here. Listen. So you hear someone go like that. Sounds like some wood hitting wood or something. Right there. Yeah. So the dog was barking. Barked a couple times. I don't think I picked it all up. Yeah. And you know, this went on. They cut out some spots though. Look at the clock in the upper right. Watch. Okay, they cut out 5 seconds there. See, why do they do stuff like that? Yeah. Like, why does Dateline do that? What is the point of doing that? Just leave the whole damn thing in there. And then there's 11 seconds missing right there. And by the way, this is matching exactly what I said, you guys. What time did I say Koberger left the house? Can I get a boom? I didn't even think about that just now. I said he left the house. I said we don't know what time during 4:17 it was. Okay, we don't know what time during the 4:17. So I think he left the house at about 4:18 is what I said. So it might be a little bit after that, but man, that's pretty close. I mean, that is right there. Look at that. So then he sits down, maybe, let's say, and then he gets up in 4:18 something and gets the hell out of there. Yeah, that's pretty crazy, man. That was right on the money. All right, so if you don't know what I'm talking about earlier, see right back here? That's a road right there. Right up in the top. You can even see the straight line of it. It's right there. And that's a car parked up there and the two tail lights. Let's go take a look. I bet you that there's a car that you could see just on the right. That's what my guess is. I can't tell for certain, but so here we go. Let's are we walking back? Okay, we have to go back here. Oh yeah, so this is perfect. So it's right when it's about to turn. So it's going to be... No, not there. Not there. It's back a little bit more. Yeah, see, you can see the house right there, but I think it's got to be... Maybe right here. Nope, a little bit more. Wait, hold on. This is weird. So it's right through here. It's right through those trees right there. So I'm just trying to get into that spot. There it is. See that? Look at that. There's 112 King Road from back behind. Now watch this. Ah, hadn't even looked there yet. But there it is. Can I get a boom? Look at right there. See that? Those are two back headlights. Can you guys see that a little bit? The white right through that little gap, and there it is. And then you go up here, turn around, and there it is, right through there. Boom. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Look at all the booms. Hey, thank you up there to Christine Hale. She also did 5 memberships. All right, so where are we at? We need 8 more memberships, and then I'll donate 5 myself, okay? Then we'll end up having like 30 something. That'd be pretty cool. Hey, by the way, don't you guys feel like this is really valuable to have this 360-degree camera footage here? I mean, I think it's just going to be so useful because you can see the whole thing. I wish I had walked all the way, like the entire route on a 360-degree camera. That would have been sweet. And look, right there. There's the house. And right now we're behind 1127. But you can still see 1112 is roof right there. And then, a roof. And then right here is the 1122 King Road house behind whatever house that is. Thank you, Timothy Moore. Thank you, Christine, again. All right, so let's take a look at the timeline. There's so many things we can add to this, by the way. Do you guys want to work on that or just keep talking about? I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff we could still be talking about. The thing is there's tons of stuff, and I just realized I missed an entire portion of information as well. So we have this whole timeline just chock filled with 168 lines currently. So let's take a look at, there's one document that we need to look at again that I threw into the folder. I found it, you know, just like usual, I'm looking through all these court documents that we download, and it's the last one I look at. Couldn't it have been the early? I mean, it's just weird how that works like that. Like in an entire folder, it's the last one. Let's see, this document here had stuff that I didn't have in here. So let's, I think it's starting at 7:30 a.m. I don't have any of that in here. Let's see, 4:30, let me just look to see, 4:31. Okay, that's in there. Then we have the 4:32:57. 4:34, 4:37, but right after that, oh wait, maybe we do have it later. Hold on. No, there's 4:37. Bethany Funk accessed Instagram. There's that. And the next one on here is 7:30. Bethany Funk calls her dad, but I don't think I have that on here. Because then I do have the new phone call to his father at 6:17, and it lasted until 6:53 because it was 36 minutes long, I think. And so I've got that, but we need to add that one in here. Hey, thanks, M10. All right. And then we've got 7:30. This is Bethany. Oh, wait, 7:30. Then I guess this is at 1122 King Road. Bethany calls her dad. And there's a whole bunch of these in a row. So it's just a whole bunch of Bethany funk. So I'm going to put like 4 more of these. Let's see. 1 and then 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. Maybe 5 we'll put in a row. I think if I do highlight 5, I can insert. Yeah, there you go. So then it's 8. Next one is 8 o'clock also. Next one is 8:01. Oops. 8:01. This one is 8:02. And this one is 8:09. And this is the same for all of them. 2, 3, 4, 5. Then this one is Bethany. Bethany calls dad again. And then Bethany calls another number. They didn't say what that was. And then Bethany calls home. And then Bethany calls mom. No, calls her dad. Calls her dad. Another number. Home. Home. And then this one is dad calls Bethany. Alright. So the time, I guess that's just math. Hold on. There you go. So we got that in there. Yeah, I guess I was missing all that. And looks like there's a whole bunch of stuff though that I need to put in there. Look at all this. Dylan Mortensen's on Instagram, so I could put like, you know, do you guys mind if I take the time to put that on there, or do you need me to keep doing stuff? Because then we can go back through what we learned tonight and put the outside of the time frame different time elements. Yep, we need 3 more channel memberships, and then I'll donate 5 myself. Do what you do, Gray. I like that one. All right, so let's see, how many more do we have here? Yeah, there's like a ton. It's crazy. Let me just let's insert a whole bunch of spaces here. And these are all going to be this address. Yep. Let's see, 8:41. Bethany takes photos. Okay, so 8:41. Bethany starts taking photos. Then at 8:42, she stops taking photos. All right, Elizabeth, 2 months. Thank you. Then it looks like this one's after, so I gotta actually remove these. And then that's at 9. So 9 o'clock, CAS data has Koberger leaving his residence in the morning. And then at 9:04, Mom texts Bethany. I think these are all supposed to be this color. Ah, jeez, what happened? To father's phone? Oh, that's Koberger's. That's why it's red. So these are supposed to be all black, like that. Oops. No. Like that. Yeah, this one's supposed to be black. These are just like if it's not Koberger or his CAS data, it's just black like that. And at 9:04:36, Mom texts Bethany. Alright, then we got to insert. Now then the next one's at 10 o'clock and 56 seconds, so that goes right in between here. I think it'll be really valuable to have something like this. Wow, look at that. Linda Howe, 65 months. That's 5 years and 5 months. That's amazing. Linda Howe, as in Linda Moulton Howe, of the Cattle Mutilations and Crop Circles. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Cindy. You get so excited. I don't even know what you're saying. 10 and 56 seconds. And then there's a Dylan Mortensen messages incoming and outgoing Snapchat. Okay. So Dylan messages incoming and outgoing Snapchat. She's probably saying, hey, have you guys heard from... Unless you're a pro-burger, then you come up with a huge conspiracy theory. So he starts, Dylan starts, message, and then next one is at 10. So I think when it's over, you got to put that in there too. 10:01 and 40 seconds. Dylan ends Snapchat. Then at 10:01 and 53 seconds, Dylan is on Instagram. And then insert. And then 10:03:30, Dylan on Indeed. That's like a job site. And then at 10:04:54, 10:04:54. Insert. 10:23:02. So this is Dylan, message incoming, outgoing Snapchat. So Dylan starts Snapchat communications, and Dylan ends Snapchat communications. Hey guys, we still need the other 3 channel members. Oh wait, there's 5 right there. All right, did you just do 5 just now? How come it didn't pop up on the screen over here? No, that's old. So we still need the 3 new channel memberships, and then I'll donate 5 myself. All right. Excellent. Thanks. 10:23 and then 10:24. 24:01. Dill Martinson's on Instagram. And then insert another one. And then 10:25:04, she's off of it. 10:25:04. Dylan exits Instagram. Insert. I think I have some of that. I don't have any of these things, man. That's crazy. Yeah. Well, I might have to, maybe I will do this later. It's going to add a ton of stuff on here, though. I can tell you that. So let's just do the ones from the show, and then I'll have to get back to this. Because look, it just keeps going on and on. Look at this. To right here. I think I might have that. 11:50. Well, let's see. Do I have all these? Let's see. 10:56. 49. Dylan starts messages. No, okay, already. That's 10 o'clock and 56 seconds. Huh. Yeah, I don't have any. Koberger takes a picture. So I don't have any of this stuff in there at all. So I'm going to do it later. That's awesome. Man, that's going to be a massive timeline, I can tell you that. I know, that's what I thought too. I thought I'd put this in here, but I guess not. I did all the text messages prior to the homicides, but I didn't do the ones directly after. So I just want to have I'm just working on putting the entire timeline together, so I'll have to come back. I'm going to come back later because there's just too much of it that I missed the other day. So I think I was just going to do the time during the homicides, but now I just want to do every single element that pops up and comes in. But you would think with 1,026 people we could get 3 new channel memberships. That's what we need to do so I can gift the 5. All right, so let's do the let's go back to some of this stuff. What do we have here? So this is July 10th. You know, I guess we can say, maybe we could throw all this stuff up here. Insert 07 10 2022. Let's see, pool. Let's see. This was at the. I have that pool in here, by the way. Now, it's right there, the Grove. So that would be at. We'll see. Woman he met at the Grove pool. Let's see. Sent this woman a text that said. said, "Hey, I am pretty sure we spoke about hiking trips yesterday. I really enjoy that activity, so please let me know. Thanks." Alright, got that one. And that one actually has a time at 1:19. Oops. 1:19 p.m. Man, we're gonna have to find some of the freaks that are want to help out in here. All right, so what's this one here? This is on. I'm not sure what date that the Comiac Butte thing was. Don't know. A dozen times after the pool party, Koberger was within 100 yards. We don't have the exact dates, so that's unfortunate. I mean, I guess we could put like, what day was the pool party? Does anybody have that? I bet it was like the day before. Wasn't it July 9th? I think it was. I think July 9th was the pool party. All right, there's Alley Cake. Koberger attended a pool party. So at that pool party that he was at, when he was there, he was sort of, he did trade numbers with the girl, but then he kept leering at other women, and then even when a boyfriend was like, "Hey, what are you doing, man?" he kept doing it. All right, he just kept doing it like a crazy person. Hey, thank you, Janelle H. All right, here we go. Gotta do gift the 5. And there it is. All right. Did it work? Oh, there we go. So, Janelle A, or let's see, Elizabeth gifted one to Annex Serenity. Then we have Bleachhead Betty, Sandy Mack, Susan Hicks. I thought you were a member here. Moon Patch and Ann Hubble, and you know they exist. No, they already were one. You know they exist. What if the report was Ethan must have kicked the legs trying to disable, but it didn't say that. Because his legs had random wounds. Dropped the carve. I know, but that's what the wording was. Even, like, he even said that that's the word that they used. To me, it sounds like that he also attacked Ethan's legs, maybe so he couldn't, maybe that was his first move, was to attack Ethan's legs so he couldn't fight or run or do anything. That's what I was looking at. So that was that day, though, right, you guys? The pool party. Hey, look at that. Tanya Barber became a new member. Thanks, everybody. All right. Let's see. And the thing is, on this channel, the reason I try to always push for, like, there has to be an income for the channel, and at the same time, like, we have things that we support. Like, for example, out of the income from the channel, we've given out So a lot of people don't know this, but for the last 2 years in a row, we've given $6,000 each year to college students in the criminal justice world, and we're still building. This year we have another, I think, 3,500 or so into that fund. So we've given 12,000 out already, and it's called the Fallen Freaks Memorial Scholarship Fund, and it's for any freaks, like channel members. People have been watching my channel. We call ourselves the Freaks, Crime Freaks, and if somebody passes away, these scholarships are in their name. I mean, all of theirs. So we have that. We also have a DNA fund where we do forensic genetic genealogy. We pay for it anyways through Identifiers International. We've given over $100,000 for that, giving people their names back. We've given Texas EquiSearch almost $30,000. RAIN over 20. The NCMEC, National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, over 20. And so that's what we do here. Okay, so it's not like, so when I'm sitting here saying, hey, everybody, if you can help support the channel, if there isn't support, we aren't able to do this because the ad revenue and it's just not enough to do anything at the end of the month. All right, I don't get 75,000 views a video. I'm not the clown who people watch every second. If you guys, when I put out videos, if you would share them and recommend them, my videos, they would do a hell of a lot better. And then maybe it would take some pressure off. But I try to do videos to bring in ad revenue so that we can keep doing this stuff too. Like it adds to it. It takes the pressure off. But the videos sometimes they gets crushed right out of the gate. You can tell if they don't have like 250 live viewers, it's not going to make it. I've only had 1 or 2 videos in the history where it got more traction after it was put out. So anyways, that's the background of the channel. So when I'm sitting here saying, hey, everybody, people go, oh, Gray, he's grifting. No, I'm, and they go, oh, e-begging or whatever. You guys don't have to do a damn thing. I'm just telling you, I'm trying to keep the ball rolling here so that we can continue to do all the great stuff that we've done. And if you view it that way, then that's your problem. Okay? But I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. And sometimes it's the only way to get things going. So there's some nights, like the last 2 or 3 nights, where I don't really say anything at all. And people are supporting and doing this. And there's other nights where it's just dead as a doornail. And there's really no reason for it because my work's the same regardless of what the show is. So there you go. Well, thank you. But make sure to share the video. When I put out videos, this is a live stream. It's different. When I put those videos out, after you've watched it, make sure to share it somewhere. I think that would really help out a lot. Especially, if you have 8 viewers on Twitter, it probably doesn't help. But if you post it in one of your social media groups where, you think people might be interested in it, I think that'd be good. If you would, please. Thank you. All right, so there we're adding that one in. We just did the pool party, I think, was 7-9. Does that sound right, you guys? 7-9? And then a dozen times after the pool party, Koberger was within 100 yards. I think that was before August, but I don't have the numbers. I mean, I guess we could put... Yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to do that. Ted Bundy, when was this? This was August 16th. So the timing they have it is like... I guess I could put in right in here... let's see, between, okay, I'm going to say within 100 yards of 1122 King Road, Koberger's phone was in the area 12 times. 12 times. Yeah, 100 meters, right. Thank you. How many people are, my God, you guys that anal, or 17 of you type in the word meters? Holy crap! Holy shit, man. Let's see. What's the next one? Gray, we just want to be accurate. Yeah, you're right. I bet you the channels that you watch on a every day are the most inaccurate people you've ever seen. So there it is, August 16th at 5:30. So these are all on the same day here. Ted Bundy on that particular day, on August 16th, let's see, 8/16/2022. Oops, that wasn't where that was supposed to go. And then over here, one of them, well, you can say, I guess we don't, well, you have 3 different ones here. Insert, and then the last one was, they're all the same though. Like that, and then this one is at 5:30 p.m. Hey, I'm just teasing you guys. That's cool that you got. You want to be accurate. Meters, 100 meters. You add 3 inches. It's 300 inches more. Okay, Koberger searches for Ted Bundy. That's at his residence, I'll say. I don't know where he is, but I'll just say he's at his 1630. Where do I have that? Right here. I'm just going to guess that he's at home. I don't know. Hey, thank you. I love Jesus. I hear a dog crying or a chair squeaking. Which one at my house? That's my chair squeaking. Right here, look. It's not a dog whining. It's my chair. I think I need to put oil on it. Hey, I'm glad you liked the video. Thanks. And then let's put in here. That picture looks like it's underneath the deck over there. That's actually the sliding glass. Here, I'll show you. This picture right here, I think that's the sliding glass door, and that's a support beam, and that's around the side of the house, and the parking area is up to the right there. So that one's going to be at 1122 King Road, and so is the next one. 1122 King Road. And this is going to be August 16th. Photo. That's not that one. Koberger searches Bundy and finds article by Emily Pedneault, and he searched Ted and then H7NDY. Alright, then on this one is a Maddie posted an image of all 5 residents. Wow, so was that 8/16? Hold on, let me go back to that last one. Now, we don't have a date on that. That's just kind of, that's a hard one to do, because it's, I won't put that date on there. Well, let's put like 8/5, you know. The problem is it's in between, so it's kind of like I need to put another one. And so 7/9/2022. We don't know the time, location, Moscow, Idaho. Alright, I guess I can put the same thing here. So, I guess the description is after party and before early August, something like that. So, well, maybe we'll get to fill that in with more accurate information later. And then the last part of this is law enforcement comes over to the house at like 5:30, it looks like. So that's also 1122 King Road. Kaylee talks to officer regarding noise complaint. Alright, there you go. So we're starting to fill in a little bit more stuff here. Hey, Crimson, thank you. Look at that. Crimson gifted 5 Gray Hughes Investigates memberships to Bleachhead, Betty, Sandy Mac, Susan Hicks again? No, that's a different one. Sorry, that was I hadn't scrolled down. Muji, Amanda Sue, Rhonda, Wiseno, and Leslie M, and the Snooper. Okay, what's the next one? Okay, here's one that we don't have in there. This is on August 21st. So just 5 days after this. He's already driving around. So it shows you the timeline of Koberger becoming interested in Moscow, Idaho victims, right? So this is at 11:40 p.m. And it's the address location of this is I think it shows a picture. Let me see what the next it's on Farmer Road and Perimeter Road. Farm Road and Perimeter Road. So Farm Road and Perimeter Drive. Koberger has just reasonable grounds to believe that well, he got a citation. And that's in Moscow. Moscow, Idaho. And that's this one right here. See, you got this citation number right there. And that was 8:21, 11:40 p.m. Then what we have here, August 26th, Koberger's search for. All right, so this is pretty cool. I'm glad we're able to add some more in this. I wasn't going to go this far back, but I think we needed to start doing that. Let's see, so that would be August 26th. We don't know the time, but probably, I'm just going to say at his residence again. And then you look for, when can a cop detain you? Google search. All right. There we go. And then he also searched for stuff like I'm not sure if it was the same day, but searched for forced, passed out, drugged, sleeping. Let me get this out of here, move that to the back. They weren't really specific on, I don't think, I can't remember if they were specific on when that was. Yeah, well, that one seems really obvious what that is. He's looking for, he's looking up sexual fantasies about people that are passed out, drugged, sleeping, and he knows that's what he's going to be doing. He's going to be waiting for after a party, and he's going to be dealing with drugged women, and some that are sleeping. I think that shows you exactly what he's doing. And I'm not sure if there was any dates associated with this. There might have been. I might have missed that. I'll probably watch it again. Koberger, I have it recorded on VCR, so I can, or the, whatever it's called, the, on your cable they have the thing. Yeah, I can just fast forward it through the ads. I like that. I don't know if I have a date on that. So this one's 9/10. So this one, we can definitely put that in here. So right here, 9/10/2022, and then this will be probably, I think she lives at 1620. She lives right next door to him. It's kind of interesting that they live right next door to each other and they're in the same office. Like, would that happen randomly, or do they assign it like that? She's in like L. I found it. Her address was actually on Ben Verified. It's over here. I must not. I don't think I put it in there. No. I think it was L, and then I can't remember what was after that. So this is the Nayung Ko's break-in and security setup suspects Koberger, but trusted him prior. Thanks, Michelle H. Ko got worried and installed security when the security was too difficult. I'm reading over here. Too difficult. It's too difficult to install. She called Koberger. She then began to wonder if he was spying on her. Because he actually, and she's missing a watch. Yeah, there's a break-in. Break-in. Then we'll put watch. God dang it. I hate when you can't see anything. Yeah, watch and letter missing. Alright, here we go. Move forward. And then September 30th. So that's, I mean, it's weird how all these things are just right on top of each other. So, 09. And that's my chair. Did you hear, Gray? He's killing a puppy in the background. It keeps whining. Oh, boy. Those are the trolls for you. Here comes another video. Let's see. Got that one. And this is probably at his residence again. And Koberger's search for Google search sociopathic traits in college students. There we go. Oh dear. Let's see. Then this one's Koberger's phone pinged 3 more times within 100 yards of 1122 King Road in the first 2 weeks of October. So I'll just put that in there. That's right here if it's in order. So we'll just say 10:01. Insert, and like 10/14/2022. Let's see. This is near 1122 King Road, within 100 meters. And I guess that's Koberger's phone pinged. Started to appear again in Moscow near 1122 King Road. And then completed its 3rd visit near 1122 King Road within 100 meters. And so that's, takes up a couple weeks there. Okay, then we're moving on to then on October 19th, 5 days after the traffic stop. So those 3 times when he was pulled over that one time, that was one of the times he was there. That's crazy. Yeah, wow. So 5 days before that would have been the 14th. That's wild. And that's what day that was, right? On that slip. Isn't that? Wait, what day was the or was that a different traffic stop? That was that was the other traffic stop. The one this one right here where he's pulled over in town. Hey, welcome, J Mofo. All right, so then we got 10, 19, 20, 22. And I guess, what does that say? 10:14. Oh, no, is that... This traffic stop was 10:14. Oh, interesting. So 10/14/2022. That was a traffic stop. I think that's the one is in Pullman by female officer during day. I guess that could be over here. God, jeez. Pulled over in Pullman by female officer during the day regarding claiming an intersection. I actually believe people should be able to claim an intersection. Okay? I think it's idiotic if that's a law. You could sit there during rush hour for 6 months. I mean, like the entire hour you could be sitting there. Yeah, what happened there? Jeez. Okay, there was a traffic stop. And then 1019. He Googled. I'm gonna put at his house again. He Googled, and all this needs to be read. And that needs to be read. So these are all Koberger, and that's another one from him. He Googled can psychopaths behave pro-socially? So he's trying to figure out, can he learn to blend in better? I think that's what he's looking for right there. In a span of 13 days. Then it says he looked up his own name 4 times. I don't really know how to type that in. I can't. Koberger Googled his own name 4 times in a span of 13 days. I mean, that doesn't give me any date range, so I can't really use that one. Then on November 7th, cell phone data, he was within 100 yards of 1122 King Road. So that's his last surveillance, unless he went there without his phone, leading up to it. So, 1122 King Road, Koberger's phone was within 100 meters. I think I said yards on my graphic. But phone was within 100 meters of 1122 King Road. And then November 10th, this might be the last one. November 10th, he stopped using debit card. So there's no location. It's just stopped using debit card. There you go. Look at that, man. We added a whole bunch of little slots in there, leading right up to the homicide. Look at that. Ding, 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 ding. So, and then I got a ton more to add in down here, but it's pretty crazy. I'll tell you, if you're just here and you haven't seen this before, you probably, if you're watching The Clown or the UK guy, you'll never see anything like this, because all they do is look for some, other people out there that don't exist that have something to do with it. So look at these times. See the blue, not the blue like this, but the blue wording here. That's all cast data. All right, so look at this right here. Here's a cast data that shows, cell tower data shows Koberger is at his home at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, near his home, right? It's consistent with him being home. And then right here at 244, Koberger's vehicle is seen driving near Northeast Stadium Way and Nevada Street. So, a couple minutes later, he's down south there. It doesn't take long at all to get through there. And then 247, the cast data shows that his phone is indeed in Southeast Pullman. So it corroborates this sighting is his Elantra. See that? That means he was near his home, and then all of a sudden, boom, his cell phone is in Southeast Pullman, and that's exactly where Nevada Street and Stadium Way is. So those two are together. And then look right here. Pullman, Washington, Koberger's white Elantra is seen on camera. Then at 254, his phone, the cast data shows that it's now turning off, and the vehicle is in Southeast Pullman, Washington. See how they're right together there? The Elantra on video and Koberger's cell phone in the same spot. That's something that people don't point out a lot because they don't have a timeline like this. So then we roll down here, and later in the evening, you know, here it is when it pings near Blaine is when he turns it on. And then right in here, I guess this was in the special. I just added this today. It said that at 5:20, the cast data shows movement, looks like heading north near Johnson, Washington. So that's new. That wasn't something that I've seen in any documents. So at 5:20 a.m. it's seen there, and then at 5:25, I mean that's the cast data. Then 5:25, there it is, Johnson Avenue. 5:25, it's on Bishop Boulevard, and all of this stuff is right over here. It's right down in, I think it comes in, yeah, right down in this area right here. So the vehicle's coming in like this, driving up, right through this area here. And then right here, the cast data shows the vehicle is near Pullman. And then at 5:26, you start seeing the vehicle driving up there. And then at 5:30, cast data is consistent with him heading home. And there he is, 5:30 Northeast Stadium Way. I mean, it's amazing, you guys. It's just like he's tracked everywhere. Oh, man. And then at 6:17, this is new. That's when he called his father for 36 minutes. And I guess there's other phone calls, but they didn't give out the time of those other calls, unfortunately. So I don't have the ability to put them in there. But we know that those had to be between 6:53 and 9 o'clock, because now the cast data shows he's leaving his residence. Oh, and look at this again, you guys. Listen to this. So you know what I just showed you? He was in the same area multiple times. So watch this one. At 9:12, the phone is in Moscow, Idaho, based on the cast information. And lo and behold, at 9:12 and 59 seconds, at that same A&W, a vehicle matching the description of Vehicle 1 is seen traveling south on Highway 95. So not only does it's showing Koberger's vehicle, it's also cast data is showing his phone there again. So what that means is, in two different ways, it's proven that Koberger came back and his vehicle is spotted. Let's see, the A&W is right here. Okay, so he was driving right down here at 9 o'clock and, or was it 9:12 and 59 seconds? So 9:12 and 59 seconds, it's driving right there. And look, you know, that's where the homicides took place, in this house right there, that red one. And he drives right by there in the morning. He gets right here, and he's right here at 3:28, and he's right here at 3:30. So it only takes 2 minutes to get from here to there. And what was he doing? Why did he go back there? See, that's why I'm always saying to you guys that Koberger is absolutely toast, you know? Oh, let's see. I guess I can put that one in there. November 12th. Let's get back to the timeline. I guess there was more. So that's right here. That's okay at 8 o'clock. This is just before this. Let's check this out. So at 11/12/2022, this is going to be at his house. 16:30. Koberger was watching YouTube. I wonder what he's watching. Right, then the next one is, then we have the 9 p.m. Yeah, what do you guys think? We were looking at that picture earlier. What do you guys think of that thing? Let me put it on the screen. Does that look like that's 9 p.m. to you? I mean, I'm just curious. That looks like that's earlier in the day. I don't believe that's 9 p.m. I mean, it just looks like, I mean, that's sunny over here, right? I mean, what do they have? A sun light over there to the right? What do you guys think? Oh, okay. She took the picture earlier and then posted. Okay, okay, that makes sense. Okay, I can see that. It's a good way to look at it. Because Xana and Ethan are already over at a party at 9 o'clock. I can buy that though. Oh, what time? Oh, they didn't have a time. This is taken, I think it looks like 1122 King Road, Madison. Oh, wait, did she take that one or was that Kaylee? I can't remember. Kaylee posted that one. Right. Kaylee posted, one lucky girl to be surrounded by these people every day. There you go. That's not red, that's... There we go. You talking to me? Yeah, I want to fill this completely in. I mean, it's really remarkable when you go through the timeline. I mean, look at these right here. These are the Elantra loops where it does exactly the same thing 3 times. See that? Exactly the same thing. There's no variance. It's does exactly the same thing. The only variance is, if you go over here to the right, is that the first loop, it was going 9.75 miles an hour. The second loop, 10 miles, 0.05, and then 10.38. So it sped up each time. And this portion was 8.77. Then it slowed down. This is when it goes back behind 500 Queen Road. And then it got even slower, 6.31 miles an hour. And on the first loop, when it goes behind 500 Queen Road, when its lights shine on 1127, that's 11.36 miles an hour, 10.74 miles an hour, and 9.69 miles an hour. But the crazy thing is down here, the same segments, so the second segment at about 500 Queen Road, that one's 10.62 miles an hour. Look, it's faster than that one. That's 8.77, 6.96, 6.31. This time it went 10.62 miles an hour back around. And then this portion where it goes, let's see what we're reading here, where it goes westbound on Queen Road, turns north on the King, and then the headlights are spotted behind 1119. So what that means on the map here is when the vehicle is spotted right here and then takes a right, comes around, and then right when the light hits the car here, I'm timing that to see how fast the car was going. All right, so that's what I'm doing on all of these different loops here. So let's go back and I'll show you. The first time it does that, the speed is 11.36 miles an hour. The second time it's 10.74 miles an hour. The third one is 9.69, so it's going slower. But look at this last one, 22.08. Now, to me, it looks like that car is going faster than that. But I think when it went around the corner, it slowed down when it got onto Alanta Drive so he wouldn't get pulled over. But I think he hauled ass getting out of the King Road residence area. But look at that. I mean, that's almost double. It's over double the speed that it was going all the other times, right? All right, was there another one on here? Did we put that in there? Maybe we didn't. I don't think we've done that. We got to do all this. 11:15. He looked to purchase another K-bar. 11:15. And it does have a time, like 4:34-ish, you know. 4:34. PM. Oh, no, I don't know if that's PM or not. It does kind of look like, let's see, 12. Oh yeah, so it's like 326 is when he originally bought the K-bar knife. Interesting. That's when he originally tried to buy that. This is 043401. I wonder if that's 4:30 in the morning. I think that's what that is. I'm going to leave it like that. And then he, this is probably, I would imagine, at his residence again. I mean, don't know for certain, but. And then Koberger looked to purchase another K-bar. That's on the 15th. And what's the next one? Then on 11/18, thanks for hanging out while I'm updating this. 11/18/2022, doesn't have a time, got new Washington plates. See, I always forget how soon that is. Put a 1 if you think he timed the homicides to when he was going to get those new plates. Because he was due to get them right around this time. So he probably timed it like that. No address. Koberger got new Washington, or got Washington plates, replacing his Pennsylvania plates. Yep, that's what I think too. Well, if you're any lingerers out there and you want to help support the channel, get us some good nights in here, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Appreciate any support you can give, because there is no ad revenue on these. Alright, boom, and then boom. And those are both red also. And then I guess the next one is 11/22. 2022. 11/20. Yeah, that's a crazy number. 11/22/2022. And this is at 7:29 p.m. The user navigated pages related to deletion of account activity. So Amazon. The user navigated to pages related to the deletion of account activity. Yeah, he's no genius, let's put it that way. He is too great. He's got a higher IQ than you do. You stupid pro-breakers. Ah, my God. Are you guys sick of those people or what? I mean, I think it's disgusting. Hey, thanks, Amber Maiden. Late fee. I took a nap and accidentally missed so much. That's okay. Amber Maiden's one of those amazing success stories in terms of like well, I mean, it was a nightmare, but she's what do you call a psych nurse or something like that? And one of her patients punched her in the face and like shattered her jaw, where her jaw didn't work anymore. It kind of withered away, and her jaw didn't work. She couldn't eat and was in pain all the time. And then And then we've been, for years on the show, it's been a kind of a long saga where she had to get this special surgeon to create a sort of a metal jaw replacement, and had to mess with her insurance for years and years and years. And then boom, she finally got it, and now she's back to normal, except during the surgery her hand got a little messed up because they strap you down so tight in those damn things. They strap you down so tight that it messes with your brachial plexus. They got to do something about that, man. When you're in surgery, they strap you down so tight that it actually causes nerve damage. It's stupid. They're so worried that you're gonna wiggle and cause some other problem that they strap you down so hard that it literally screws up and that's just dumb. Really stupid. So anyways, this is December 6th. We're on to the next one. But I bet you feel 1,000 times better, don't you? No more crazy headaches and stuff. So this is when he looked for, I think he was searching to purchase another K-bar. I kind of cut it off so fast. It's this image right here. So it looks like he's typing in K-bar again. So that's on 12/6. Amazon. Is that when he's looking to purchase the? Because this is, I think, one of the most significant
A cell phone.
elements. Not that one. I think this is when he's purchasing. No, that's the 11/22 one. Hold on, we got to go back to that. So he did two things on this date. He navigated to pages on the 22nd related to the deletion of the count, but he also looked to buy a utility sheath and a K-bar sheath, leather sheath. Now, that's a huge piece of circumstantial evidence there, because he's not there. It's even worse than him just buying a knife that comes with a sheath. The reason is because that almost indicates that he's missing a sheath that he needs to replace, and it's just huge information. Now, the pro-burgers won't think that because they always twist the real meaning. But if you were on a jury, right, and you knew that he was missing a knife sheath, and then you find out that he's trying to buy particular knife sheaths later, wouldn't you think that that's exactly what he was doing, was replacing that? Yeah. You'd cry? What do you guys think of that? I think that's one of the biggest things that came out of this entire show, was that piece of information. That he, on Amazon, tried to buy a utility sheath and then a K-bar sheath. I think that's huge. All right? Absolutely huge. And then 12/6, he tried to buy the whole knife again. And I like how Bukata, or is that his name? The psych guy. He said exactly what I was thinking when he said it. Because when he said he bought another knife, and Morrison said, yeah, maybe to replace the one he's missing. And he goes, or he's going to kill again. And that's exactly what I've said. I think he was going to be called the K-bar killer. And if he ever got caught, he'd be called Koberger the K-bar killer. Like, he was literally thinking about that kind of stuff. I think the knife sheath was left as a calling card, and Koberger was going to continue to kill with a K-bar knife other victims, leaving a single solitary sheath at each scene as he went. He wanted to have the calling card. He wanted to be this really tricky, slick little serial killer guy, and that's what I think. I think that's exactly what he wanted to be. He almost purchased a K-bar knife. Hey, look at this, Ivan Victor. Keep it up, Gray. Been lurking a lot, enjoying the headache of my first ever audit. Oh, wow, you had an audit? The CPA we hired says it's one of the most complex he's seen because to the age and number of crypto holdings anywhere. Keep it up. All right, well, good luck, man. Good luck. I use, what's the name of that? TurboTax online, you know, and I use one of their experts. I especially needed it last year because I built this garage, you know, like turned my garage into an office, you know. Play the audio of the whimper. Yeah, I can play it for you again here in a minute, Renee, if you want me to. Hold on a second. I gotta get these in here then. Almost purchased a K-bar knife again on Amazon. Is there any more here on timeline stuff? December 6th.
A cell phone in neighboring Polk.
I love listening to Keith Morrison now. I mean, he's just so good. Like every time, whenever you listen to Dateline, it's like, okay, at least if he's doing it, it's good. I don't know how he learned that. Whatever that cadence is that he has, it's pretty amazing. It's all right. So there we go. We're all updated. We have 209 specific lines of timeline information. There's going to be a hell of a lot more when I update it with the rest of that, the text messaging and stuff leading up to the 911 call. I don't have that in there. Not that that's like incredibly important, you know. Oh, you're a TurboTax live specialist. Oh, really? Cool. Was the Dateline, they said he Googled the murder before the 911 call. Did they say it on that special? I don't remember them saying that. They didn't say that on the Dateline. Did you guys hear that on there? I watched it twice. I guess I must have missed it if he said that. Did anybody else remember hearing that on the Dateline special? Hey, thanks. Subspective. Yeah, they said it on... I think Steve Gonzalez said it in interviews, but I don't think that was said. It said days after. Yeah, he looked himself up, what was it, 60 times. He searched he searched for like the, you know, videos and things on the case. No, Tanya, he didn't say that. Don't have time, but must look. Anyways, let's play the that audio again. Here it is. So you can tell right there that that was some kind of the thud that they're talking about. The first part's kind of... That doesn't sound like whimpering. It sounds like, if that's anything, it's somebody, they're like yelling or something. That was like something knocked over. It sounded like a wooden chair sort of being slid and sort of bumped against something. You know, it wasn't like a big loud... Like, see, like a chair being thrown across the room. Something like that. And if you guys look at the time, I said this earlier, I can't believe it. I said that Koberger left the house at 4:18 or a little after that. I've said, after 4:17, but more likely right around 4:18 or just a little after that. So if you look up here, it's 4:17 and 56 seconds when the dog's barking, and I think that might be when he left. Except, when did he sit in the chair, I guess, is like, how long did he sit in the chair? Is that legit information, And they cut out a lot of stuff out of this. And for those who are getting here late, if you look up here, this is the full video here. Right back there is the Wallanta Drive here. You see that? That little straight line back here? And I don't know if you can see it, but look at those. I said this earlier, but I mean, there's people that we have this huge turnover of people. So right back there, there's two little back headlights. And when we were looking on here, if you go to, I think you got to go back to about right there. Maybe right, slightly further. I have to wait a second. When you hit play, it takes a while to kick in. There it is. See that? It's kind of fun just watching it like that. Here we go. Look at this. So pretend this is a car. Now look to your left over there. Right there. Boom. There is 1112 King Road that has a camera on it. And the camera is right here. Right there. Just to the right of the door there. And if you turn around, look. Boom. There's the back of a car that you could see from right here. See that? Right there. Yeah, that's the kind of work we do over here, not the garbage you see over there on. I don't mean I'm just so frustrated. I got to tell you, like, there isn't the true crime. The word true crime does not exist in 95% of the true crime community. All right, you guys have seen that, right? Just complete nonsensical. All right, so here we go. That's what you're seeing through that, and that's the light there. Let me go to the. There's another video that I have that I just put out the other day. Maybe it's on yesterday's video. I didn't put it in there. Let's see, on the 8th. No. 7th. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was a video where I'm in my car looking over there. I think I have it right in here. Turn around, 500 Queen Road. Did I do that? Yeah, let me look at this video here. I don't remember turning around. So this is back behind 500 Queen Road. Makes me nervous in here. So oh yeah, look at this. I did the 3-point turn, you guys. Look at that. Look at this. I come back here, and this is where he came in. He went like this. All right. So this is me doing the 3-point turn back here, back in the day. Pulled around like this. Yeah, and then he sort of waited there for a minute. Right. Then I backed up. Let's see if comes down. Oh yeah, watch this. And then he's trying to turn. This is sweet because watch this one. So you know in the documents it says when the car goes this direction, the lights hit 1119 King Road, and they've originally said it looked like he's trying to turn around or park, but I think they realized later that it was just the lights going down this hill. So watch this. See that over there? The lights hitting up there. And then he's trying to. Now watch when you go down, they go off of that building over there. Park. Did you see that? I get it, because it's like this really steep hill going down. So they said, oh, he's trying to turn around a park. He didn't try to turn around a park right there. Let's see if I got lucky and I did the right 3-point turn. Let's see if I turn into this. Oh, yeah, and by the way, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers tomorrow, as Zozo just said. Today's still Saturday over here, but happy Mother's Day to the Australian mothers. Man, look at what it looks like here. Wow. Yeah, so I was just doing what it said, to try to turn around or park. Get her before you guys tear this thing down. Oh, I was talking to a guy. He came out of that car. see it during the day. On the entire.
Okay, here we go. So do I do it right? Do I turn? Do I do?
Right here.
Turn left and then do it.
This is where he did his 3-point.
Oh, I did it backwards.
Like this,
I went over here.
you know.
I had
Whatever
50% chance,
He backed up.
but I do the 3-point turn over here.
Make sure I'm not slamming into somebody like I did that other time. And then turn.
I slammed into a wood pile one time.
And it's just so dark, you know. I'll try to do this tomorrow. But up there, those 2 lights that you see right there, that's where the camera was, the security camera, right?
Look at that car sticking way out
then we'll
there.
just go back around the normal way.
Back behind
There
500
we are,
Queen
back
Road.
behind 500 Queen Road. And then it's going to turn. I'm going to turn this corner, sharp turn right here. We'll see if I can keep this really still. See how you just go around and look at that. The wall is right there, but look how there's a space right here where you drive around and just easily you make it. There's like another whole nother driveway up here.
Yeah, I didn't know that existed until I actually saw another video on it.
Dips down pretty steep again. And this is probably where Koberger parked. I actually think he just was right here. And right in front of me here. It's pretty difficult. Let me see if I get out of the car. I'll just park right here for a second. Let's see.
I'm not sure. Did I take my GoPro? I think I was doing my live stream.
I'll see if you can get a better.
That's right. I think I was doing a live stream with my phone. That's one. That's the house right there.
Put the parking brake on.
Yeah, there I am. So I think there's a live stream. It must show it over there. Look at that. I'm using my phone right there. Hey, thanks everybody out there. The Chase Freedom, Marine Price. What?
Really dark. I think he would sit right here. That's Madison Mogan's room. You can see if the lights were on or off. Now, on each of his passes, he would stop right here. Okay? And this is creepy.
Oh, also Timothy Cecil, Sandy Shirley, and Lisa Valenzuela.
Wait, hold on. Seems like I can see better there for a second.
Ah, I wonder if I went and filmed with that. But anyways, got that. Hey, thanks, Chimlon. I bought a stuffed bunny for my real bunny due to his consistent triggering. He watches. So your bunny watches too much true crime, so you bought a trigger bunny for your bunny. Wow, that's pretty amazing. That's incredible. I think they met. Almost hit a car. Yeah. I didn't see anybody walking around. But, of course, you know what the pro burgers will say? Hey, maybe the person he almost hit's the killer. Really? Well, why was the killer just walking on the street and Koberger's driving really fast? That's right, because he was a peeping Tom in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Koberger, the most unlucky man in the world, was just sitting there staring at a house when a killing happened inside of it. He's almost like a mushroom hunter of serial killers. Like he's stalking so many homes that eventually he'll stumble upon a killing going on. Man, that guy's unlucky. Whew, wow. He's one of the most unlucky people on the planet, if you ask me. Hey, looks like I gotta fix this. Let's see. Go like that. Move it over here. Go like that. Cool. Oh, wait, but I don't even need to have that on, right? Because I could just... What happens if I switch over to this one, that screen, and then I make my camera just me, and then I do this one. Hey, look at that, huh? I got my own little block. He wanted to kill everyone in the house. I used to believe that. I used to think that he went there to kill everybody in the house, but I do not believe that. I think he went in there to kill Madison Mogen only and was going to leave a knife sheath there. And then what happened was Kaylee was in the room, unexpected, and then Xana overheard the battle with Kaylee and said, somebody's here. And then he had to go kill Xana, and then he killed Ethan because he was in there too. And then he got the hell out of there, and that's it. I think Xana, Ethan, and Kaylee are all people that were not supposed to be killed. And that's what I think. And all of them are explainable why they were killed. Like just think about this for a second. How easy it would have been for him to just, in the darkness, go quietly up the stairs, and then she's asleep, and he just kills her, and he's going to leave the knife sheath there and quietly sneak out the kitchen and out the back. But there wasn't a quiet, because Kaylee woke up and was like, hey, what's going on? And then there was a battle. You know, it probably didn't last very long, but she was killed by him. But then in that battle, during that battle, even if it was like a minute long, apparently they think Xana was in the kitchen, which we've said 1,000 times, that maybe she was in the kitchen when Koberger came in, or we've said that she may have been in the kitchen and heard him upstairs and said, hey, somebody's here. But they think she actually went upstairs. So after he killed them, now wouldn't it be weird if the "it's okay, I'm here to help you" was to Maddie or Kaylee? Maybe he went back up a second time. I mean, that'd be crazy, wouldn't it? But anyways, he chased down Xana apparently and killed her, and then cut Ethan's like an artery of some sort, and then he carved something into his legs. They say could just be that he cut his legs. I don't know, but they said the word carved, and then he sat in a chair, created a kind of like an impression on the chair, and then he left. So I don't think he sat in the chair. If he sat in the chair, it wasn't very long. It was probably like seconds. He's not going to sit around in a house that had a lot of, some noise going on for a long time. He may have just sat there really quick to do something. And then he left. Maybe he sat there for a second and gathered things up, and when he left, that's why Dylan saw something that looked like a vacuum, like he had a bag or something that he was putting stuff in. I don't know if I said Dylan saw that. I don't know if I said that, but Dylan said she saw somebody running down the stairs, but the defense said that can't be the person because they were found dead in a bed. Well, the only people that were found dead in a bed were Ethan, Madison, and Kaylee, so it doesn't really make sense that it is Xana that, it could have been that she saw Xana but just thought it was somebody else. Because she came down from upstairs. So here's what it could have been. she thought it was, maybe she just glanced out and thought it was Madison, or, it's in the dark, so you can't tell the hair color and stuff, and just thought it was one of them coming down because it was from upstairs. Didn't realize that Xana had already gone upstairs. So it could be that she did see Xana. Right, Xana was wearing black, yeah. But that's not what she was saying when she saw somebody wearing all black. Bethany's the one that said, hey, Xana was wearing all black. But that's not who Dylan was talking about. She was talking about a man wearing all black with a balaclava. A balaclava that was purchased in January. They didn't really mention that much in the documentary, the balaclava. I wonder why not. It seemed like that would have been nicely matched up with Dylan's statements. He didn't buy the balaclava on Amazon, though. He bought it at Dick's Sporting Goods. I think I have that on my timeline. That was... He bought the balaclava at Dick's Sporting Goods on January 10th. He purchased the balaclava. There you go. So he was ready to go. He was planning to be a killer all the way back then. Isn't that wild? It's... Oh, God. Here we go. Here we go. Mr. Columbo, the genius. Balaclavas are pretty common in cold weather states, Gray. Okay. Oh, good Lord. Jesus. Every time. You're a pro burger, aren't you? Every single time you make a comment, it's in some sort of a crazy, just half-assed attempt at trying something, but it never works. It's really weird. Gray, she only heard someone on the stairs. She assumed it was Kaylee. She only heard somebody? I don't know if it... I don't think it just says heard. That's not what the defense attorney said. I don't remember that. I'd have to see that in the documents. But that was in a hearing, though, wasn't it? Okay, well then quit saying every time you open your mouth it's something pro, and it's not like a useful exercise either. It's just he bought a balaclava and he bought a K-bar knife. Okay, those are two things that were at the crime. That's all we care about. I don't give a damn if you think it's common to buy a balaclava. But I don't think it's common, even in cold areas. When you say common, what does that mean? Over 50%? Or if 10% of the people bought them, that's common. I don't know what that means. Yeah, and M10 said, I live in the Northeast and never even seen people wearing one skiing. Right, I know, I totally agree with you. I don't think it's common at all. Yeah. I guess I'd have to find the thing that Lisa's talking about. I remember, I thought she said she saw somebody, but maybe it was she thought she heard somebody on the stairs. I don't know. I just don't remember. That wasn't, that was something that was just kind of a weird moment in that hearing. I live in Minnesota. I've never seen people wear balaclava. Hey, you listening to that, Columbo? You looking at that? All these people say they've never seen one. I've never seen anybody wearing a balaclava in Oregon. Even skiing. I think it was 23 times. But yeah, he was within 100 meters, apparently, of the residence 23 times leading up there. And look I have on my map, you guys, that circle is 100 meters from their house. Doesn't that really help you sort of dial? I hope the prosecution has something that looks just like this. If they say, well, they were at 100 meters, and you go, here's 100 meters. Look, it's right there. That means... likely he's even back behind here, parked, driving around, and maybe he's over here. Look how nutty that is. I mean, I guess he could have driven here, and then it pops up on there, and then he drives out. But why is he right there? I mean, what are the odds of that? That Koberger drove within 100 meters of a house that he was within 100 meters 23 times at a house where a knife sheath matching the exact make and model of a knife sheath he had bought just 8 months prior, and it had his DNA on it, while a vehicle at the night of the murders is circling the house like a shark. 5 times it drives right by the front of the house right there. More than that, like 11 or 12 times, because it goes back and forth. It drives right by, and it's a vehicle that is claimed to be a white Elantra by law enforcement, and they find a knife sheath in the house that has his DNA on it, and that corroborates that the white Elantra is his, right? Okay. Well, that's not what you said, Columbo. You said many people in cold areas buy balaclavas, not people who are you're saying many people that are, yeah, sure. Many truckers aren't serial killers as well. And he speeds off like he did something bad. Oh yeah, let's figure out that pace. Okay, that's what I wanted to try to do tonight. Because that looks faster than 22 miles an hour, if you ask me. He looks like he's going... I mean, he might have been like... Okay, so my time frame that I have is from right here. See where I'm pointing on the map? So this is 1112 King Road, the camera. That red line. So basically, when the car is about right here, I time it from there around to right there. That's where the view... I guess what we could do is draw a line where... I think they're going to do it right as the vehicle is spotted. So I'm going to go like this. Right there. And then I'm going to move this until it hits the... Hold on, let's get the... Make that a 5 and red. And then I'm going to move it until it hits the building. So that's about right. Right here. So right when the vehicle hits that spot, that's usually when they indicate that it's a light scene. So do you guys agree with that? There's the edge of the building, and it goes right on the corner of it, and then boom, the vehicle's right there. And look, just off to the left of that, that's where that car would be parked in with the... that you can see in that image. In this shot right here. Well, that's a different one, so that's not going to work. All right, so let's try to figure this out. I'm going to measure it again. So I think it's about right here. Well, we can see it right off to the side. So let's open the video up again of it speeding away. This is in the show notes. Whimpering clips. Whimpering done. I think it might be in this one. I think. There it is. Oh man, so they almost have it right when the... Let's do those lights again. Man, I wish I could... I wonder if I can pick it up right when it's turning, because that's right there.
From view.
Let me see. Oh yeah, Lindy's watching from Melbourne. That's where Zozo is. I actually lived in that area for 3 months when I was like 16 years old. If you can believe that. Down, right, is it this one? Okay. I mean, that's a really good clip they have there. Interesting. So you guys, can you guys see this? I'll show you. So right over here on these mailboxes, see that? Watch. See how there's no light on them? That's because the vehicle's turning. And then it hits those lights, and look how it shifts to the left, and then boom. All right? So I think that what we're looking at is right when the vehicle is right here, coming around that corner, and it's just starting to straighten out, it hits there. So I'm going to go from right here to, I'm going to go here, and then go around, up and around like this. And then right to here. So that is, let's see, feet, 717 feet. Hey, all right, cool. 717 feet. So let's see, we got... I'm going to use that here in a second. Because I think that's right there. And then now let's look at the clock on this. So right there, boom. Let's look at the time. This is 4:20 and 44 seconds. But is it right on? Okay, so it's almost 44. Let's just go right there. See how the lights are kind of hitting that, and then they straighten out, and then oh yeah, it goes way back to there, huh? 53. So the lights aren't seen. Look how interesting that is. See how you cannot see the light? See, Rick, look right here where I'm right here. See that? Right there, boom, a light hits that. That is the Elantra's light hitting that light right there. See that? And then it'll start moving to the left. Watch. Boom. All right, so it hits the first moment it hits that is 4:20, 43. All right, let me go back. 43, 44, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So about a third of a second. And then we're going to, because that was, all right, hold on. 4:20 and 44 and a third. 4:20. 44 and a third. I want to try to get as accurate as I can. So that's right when it's turning over there. Then this goes all the way to... We're going to do it right until we can't see it anymore. $51 and then 1. Okay, wow, that's almost exactly. We'll just say it is. So 4:20 and 52 seconds. 4:20, 52. And that's even. So that's going to be 7 2/3 seconds. So remember that. Write down 7 2/3 out there. 7 2/3 second, but I'm going to add, I think I'm going to add some, I might add some distance on here. So as it's turning, no, I think that's pretty good. So, property, measurement, 717. Driving speed in miles per hour if
Vehicle travels 717 feet in 7.66 seconds. All right, let's see. Here we go.
To calculate the speed in miles per hour, mph. Speed mph equal to distance feet. 1818 times.
Look at that. 63 miles an hour. I can, that's insane, but I actually looks like he is driving that fast. That's crazy. No, wait, that's not right. He didn't go that far. Hold on, that's stupid. That was dumb. He didn't drive the 700 and some odd feet. That was when he left the camera. Hold on, I got to do this whole thing over again. I was expecting to be able to go to there, but they didn't provide the footage. So now I have to go back to... Let me just get rid of this whole thing. That was stupid. I bet it's going about 30 miles an hour. So I'm going to go right here and then around and then well, let's do this again. So this camera, if it's right on the side of this building right here, then you can't see it anymore when it's right here. See the edge of that building? So that's where that would be. So we're going to go back and it's going to be a much shorter distance. It's going to be right here, this direction, then around, and then right there. So that measurement is only 241 feet. So this could be exactly what we had originally, you guys. That's amazing. So maybe the front of the car is there. So 251. All right, so let's see. It's 251 feet, not 717. All right, so it's going to be 20 something. So
Let's recalculate.
So there it is, 22.3 miles an hour. But doesn't it look like it's going way faster than that? Because I think normally it drives 10, that's why it looks so fast. I mean, just look at that. That's crazy. Watch this. Yeah, I mean, I guess, that probably is 20-something miles an hour. And the thing is, it just looks faster because, you're not, it just seems fast because it's in a small little neighborhood like that. That's about it. Because normally it drives 10 miles an hour. That normal speed that you see it come in, that's 22, so it looks like it's going way faster. And it is. It looks ridiculously fast for the area, but we just did it. We just timed it out, and that's it. If anything, it's a little quicker. So, I mean, let's say I moved that made it a little shorter, and it was only 225 feet or something. It might be 30 miles an hour. But it's not like 50 or 60. It did look like it was going about 60, so it wouldn't have shocked me, but that seemed a little too much. And then I realized I didn't have it go all the way back up there. And that's one of the problems with, when these guys have the full video. So they have the light back here. They have a whole bunch of interesting stuff that they just decided they didn't want to show people. It sucks. And I'm not sure why they're zooming in on this, but look over here. See, that's 1127 right here, or 1127 is right there. And when the vehicle comes around behind, back here, I'll move it back. Maybe I'll do it from this side. Hold on. It always takes a while to load back up again. I don't think it'll be on. Well, it might be on TV, but he hasn't decided yet. That's kind of making me nervous. I don't know why. And then if it's one of those things where you have to wait in line, forget it, man. It's just not. Yeah, I don't have the connections. At least it's not a million miles. I mean, I could go try. Yeah, but see right back here,
That's what that is. So that, I mean, it's interesting. I mean, it could be that the vehicle, let me play it right here. So when we zoom in, this is 1127 right there. And that building right there is 1119. And that top, not this house here, the one behind it back here. So this thing right back there is the top of 1127. And when you go back to in here, and you zoom in, see it's the top of that building right there, and then this is the 1119. Did you see what I said? No, I didn't. I didn't read what you said, Moofies. It's okay. It's okay, Moofies. I got it. I got it figured out, man. The judge will not hide this trial, in my opinion. Yeah, I think he's going to play it for sure. Yeah. Let's see. I think he's going to be let it be viewed, but no, I think what he's going to do is he's going to play the video. And then he's going to have a trial, but he's just not going to show us some stuff. I think he should always have the audio, though. I mean, I don't know why. I could understand turning the camera away from something, but why can't we hear all the audio at some points? Why does any of it have to be private? Doesn't make any sense. It's movies. I've seen it all, man. I don't need to go through your little theory that you've got going on there. Let's see. The camera video positions suck. This camera is great. I mean, the one that you mean in the court hearings that we've got? Yeah. All right. Judge said they want to be allowed to show overly gory pic. Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah, why would you be allowed to do that? Yeah, I mean, like the whole grass and everything. I was already talking about this stuff over here earlier, if that's what you're talking about. But I'm just saying right at the same time that you see that little light over here is when you start seeing light over here. That's because the vehicle's turning to the left off of the curve over here. So if you're right over here, Jesus, man. If you're right over here and you're turning, like I could actually draw a line. So let's say the headlight's right there. I'm going to, the straight line thing. So if it's right here, let's just put it out here for the hell of it. And then what's happening is, see the light there? So as the car is turning, it's going this direction first, and then it starts going like this. The headlights start turning, and then they start hitting objects over here, like right there. And then as it straightens out, it's like that. Does that make sense? There you go. It's upsetting to think they might be releasing post-trial. What does that mean? Releasing what? They might be released post-trial? What? What are you referring to? Let's see. His new selfies are super scary, yeah. Mm-hmm. Now, victim pictures? Why would they release pictures after the trial? I don't think they'll ever be released, the victim pictures. I don't think they'll ever make it into, you can't order them, or, it's like they're not going to allow that. I mean, I don't know, maybe that's the law over there that you have to put them out there. I don't know. Man, we've had one of those massive lulls in here, you guys. Massive lulls. Let's see how far. I can't even scroll up. It's not even on the screen anymore. It's so far gone. These crime scene photos online that show nasty. Yeah, okay. Is that something you're really looking forward to? Guts, like you just can't wait to get them? Your name seems kind of. You sound like you're trolling just with your name. If you make another comment related to crime scene gory images, I'm going to have to remove you because I can tell you're not legit. Did BK have access to the video from the televised grub truck? Well, I'm sure anybody could look at it, but I don't, he doesn't know they're going to go there. He's already stalking them. He just knew that they were out and they were going to be coming home later. Or he knew that they party on Saturdays. So was willing to go and wait around outside the house. Thanks, Jim Lon. You broke the massive lull. Thank you. Maybe we can try to get 5 more memberships to get a round number. We have 55. So if we 60 would look cool. He knew they were drunk also. Well, he knows that they drink when they go out. You wouldn't know that they were drunk. You just knew that they went to parties because they party on Saturdays, and they're normally, you probably would look at them and know that they got home late and they were drinking. I don't care, Guts. I'm about to remove you in about 2 seconds. All right. Let's see. Hey, look at Amber Maiden just gifted one. I think when the lulls happen, it's because everyone is engaged. I know. It's weird, though. Maybe I should be less engaging. Spell better. I don't care, Guts, if you unsubbed or not. I'm not. There's no emotional anything. Your comments are weird, though, you know? Right, let's think. Right, you need a trigger bunny, Guts. Hey, thanks, M10. That counts as like 3. Yeah, when you have a name called Guts, and you're wondering how quickly we can get the crime scene photos, sounds a little weird. Just being honest. I unsubbed. I'm out of here. Goodbye, Gray. Jesus. Wow. Yeah, get rid of Charles there, too. He's one of those trolls that hangs out. Doesn't have anything to say, but will say something whenever there's a wacky comment by somebody and I say something, the trolls show up. All right. Let's see. Thanks, Tam Ran. And you know what, Guts, if you didn't mean anything by it, that's great. It just seemed weird with somebody with the name Guts, and you're up there talking about, let's see, where is that one? Let's go find it again. Where is it? Hell, I can't find it. There's crime scene photos online that show nasty stuff. Okay. Sure. Let's see. BK is too ignorant to make a plea deal. He reminds me of Bert from Sesame Street. I guess he sort of does look like that, if you think about it. With that new footage, this is so valuable. Well, cool, M10. I'm actually going to make another video tomorrow. Well, I'm going to add it. I think I'm just going to make the entire... I think I'll do it after the show. And then tomorrow I'll put out the video that shows the entire in the complex video. So what I'm talking about is inside of this area here. All this. There's other surveillance footage right down here at this house, and that's at 451 Paradise Drive right there. So that shows footage when he comes around. I'd love to know what law enforcement thinks those 2 times where the car comes back here, but does not go in here, and does not apparently show up on this Linda Lane camera. However, it appears that there might be 40 minutes of missing time on that camera right there. I don't think he was currently on drugs. I think he's just... I think he knows he's a psychopath. Yeah, it's weird. He actually keeps asking about it. Trying to wonder, I think he's just like that James Holmes guy, who was kind of wanting to know why he was like he was. I don't know. Just Adderall. We don't know what he was addicted, all that other stuff that you're talking about. I think he was friends with some of Kaylee and Maddie's friends on Instagram, and probably looked up at their friend on Instagram who they were following, and that is how he got triggered with them. Why would it be missing right? Well, I mean, my big takeaways in there are, him, what was it, on the 15th? Hold on, let me go to on the 15th right here, Koberger looked to purchase another K-bar knife. And then he replaced his plates on the 18th. And then he actually, on the 22nd, navigated to first on the page. He went to try to look to purchase a utility sheath and a K-bar sheath. Then he looked on how to delete the page, his orders. So that he was probably going to order. Then he looked how to delete it and figured out he couldn't. So then he decided not to order them. Then he almost purchased a K-bar knife completely all over again on December 6th. Now, does that mean he was going to kill another person? Don't know. But the fact that he only was trying to buy a knife sheath on the 22nd is huge. I mean, that means he's missing a sheath, right? Okay. Who buys a K-bar knife sheath if you've already got one? And why would you buy a sheath if you don't have a K-bar knife? But maybe maybe he had access to go get the K-bar knife. So he would have to go out and retrieve the K-bar knife and then have a sheath and go, look, no, my sheath's right here. But maybe he realized, wait a minute, I threw my knife in the water. Like he's about to buy it, and then he goes, wait a minute, I threw my knife away. So now they're going to wonder where the knife is. I'll just say, oh, well, I lost my knife, but I still have the sheath. I think he's just stupid. Right. K-bars cost $100. Really? It's pretty expensive. Plus you bought a sharpener too. There's all that common sense again. Yeah, no, it sucks. You know us Aussies. I thought that special was pretty interesting. It was entertaining for sure. They just needed to do a lot more with the Elantra, though, you guys. They needed to show all the footage, even when it goes back around, because people would be interested in that. They could go, well, listen, law enforcement was able to follow it around behind on Wallanta Drive. Look right here. See the light? I mean, why wouldn't you do that? It's just bizarre, man. These guys, they don't think... It's just sort of the same thing they do on all the shows, Court TV, etc. They had me on Court TV one time, where they allowed us to do what I do. And it was like one of their highest viewed shows. They were just, everybody was like, oh my God, that's so great. And I don't know why you don't just stick with that. Because people want to see that, the details there where you just go, okay, boom, boom, I get it now, I got that, yes, 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 yes. Not the cross dissolve to the next car and this kind of shit. Say it was 1940. Well, they would have, basically, if it was 1940, they'd have a knife sheath, and they probably would be able to figure out, because there'd be a lot less people around, like, who bought a knife sheath somewhere, or a knife. But it'd be tough because he drove all the way from Pennsylvania, so that might be difficult. But what's weird is back then, it seems like they were able to track, there's always serial numbers on everything. So they'd have a sheath with a serial number. Then they'd say, oh yeah, it was bat in Pennsylvania. Then they would probably have, you know, the whole gumshoe crap where you walk around and they'd say, oh look, this guy has a vehicle that matches the one that was over there. And, you know, I guess that'd be a lot harder because there's no cell phone data, you know. That would be pretty tough, you know. All you could say is he's got that, and you'd have to have a witness or somebody's, you know, Dylan's eyewitness account wouldn't matter because it wouldn't lead to anybody. Dylan's her witnessing only matters because after they found DNA from Brian Koberger and looked at his driver's license, oh my God, look, he's got the bushy eyebrow, one brow, just like Dylan Mortensen said. And he's the exact same height and everything. But there wouldn't, yeah, I think it would be unsolvable if it was 1940. Just given, basically all of it was from the forensic genetic genealogy, and the CAS data is a huge part of the, and surveillance cameras are huge, and they didn't have any of that stuff in 1940. So I think it would be one of the ones that would be almost impossible to solve. Well, maybe they did back then, Jay. You ever thought of that? See, a lot of times they quit doing the serial numbers. Maybe back in the day, but maybe they didn't make K-bar. You know, he probably would have had a different knife and everything in 1940. Man, you know, it's just weird as everybody always questioning every little, you're just kind of commenting about like how something, and they just get really too technical, you know. It's just his left eyebrow, Jay. His left eyebrow, Jay. When the authorities caught him in Pennsylvania, they said, I think he wants to get back to Idaho to see what evidence they have on him. Right. That's why he didn't fight extradition, because he wanted to get the probable cause. Yeah, well, you guys, I made a video on January 5th, 2023, like 5 or 6 days after Koberg was arrested, comparing Bundy to Koberger, because I already saw the similarities back then. Now you've got everybody, oh yeah. It's all popular now. But back then, nobody was talking about that. I'm sorry, I was wrong. It was 11/16. What was? And he Googled the murders for the first time. I don't know when you say you were wrong. Are you sure it's right here? Was that in the show? Was that in the special? 11/16. At 9:16 a.m. Are you sure about that? Was it in the special sub-spective? Okay. And he's probably at home again, I would think. He Googled, I think he Googled his name. Googled his name for the first of, how many times? 4 times, right? 4 times. Because I remember during, like, he Googled his name 4 times. I remember that number, I think. Oh, there you go. Oops. 11, 16, 20, 22. Paranoid that they saw him watching the house. Just a theory. Huh? Oh, well, they wouldn't know who he was. Why would he look that up? You want the truth, but never can. Yeah, well, I can be wrong. I'm wrong all the time. I even admit it. Like a minute ago, I screwed up on the distance. The truth is, Jay, you're one of those people that want to be like, you need to have your own channel or something, because you're always, like, you jump in and you want to try to like override what somebody's saying and go, oh well, great, and all you're doing is just sort of randomly talking about, back in the day, I've covered thousands of cases on this channel, and a lot of them have been back in the 50s and 60s and even before that, and they find out cases, even the case that we solved with the DNA, the Daniel Armentrout, they used this old school information that they were looking at, and they still couldn't determine who he was. But other cases, they used this crazy stuff that we were reading and going, oh man, that's so clever, And so I don't need you to jump in and go, well, they didn't have serial numbers on K-bar sheaths. I'm just talking about whatever. 1940, did they even have K-bar knives? In 1940. I don't even know the answer to that question. But what we don't need is just the interjections on just random sort of small stuff that doesn't matter. We're just talking about back in 1940s, how would they have solved the case? My God, Jesus. Hey, Linda Bishop. Awesome. Yeah, well, you're not one of the people that knows things. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, and he Googled the Idaho murders 60 times before he was arrested. Right. They didn't give a date on that I saw. Did you guys see a date on that? We talked about that earlier. He looked up all kinds of articles. I don't think he watched my YouTube channel. Thank God. I mean, I had my name mentioned in the Delphi case that the psychologist of Richard Allen watched my videos, and everybody goes, oh, see, look at Gray, you're part of it, Yeah. Some people know more, though. Carrie, I watched Dateline late last night, and I fell asleep. Well, how many times have we looked? I mean, here's the thing. The 60 searches, you could easily just say, wow, it was a huge case. Everybody looks into it. You could, right? I mean, especially if you lived in the area. When the case happened in the first month, how many times do you think you guys looked up the Idaho 4 murders? I probably looked it up 10 times a day on different things. I bet it's like 100. So you could easily get that one, just sort of, people looked it up. But I think when you circumstantially put it together in a chain, his looking it up means more because of just sort of the other timing and things that he did. But the knife sheath... It's
the house!
Thanks, Jim Lon. Criminologist student, so that could be... Yeah, I mean, all that. Like, look at us. We're true crime people. Imagine if you got in trouble for something and law enforcement took your computer. What do you think they would find on that? Whew. They probably could make any case they wanted, right? You're looking up the Stephen Stearns case. Ah, look at that. Investigates no time for the 60 Google, but it states over the next 6 weeks. Over the next 6 weeks from when? Now, when was the beginning of the 6 weeks? Yeah, we'd all be in trouble, yeah. Yeah, by the way, put a 1 if you love being wrong. Like I always say that in here. People go, Gray, you always want to be right. I know. I do. I do want to be right. Is there something wrong with that? I think I sort of pride myself on thinking through cases. You know, what I don't like is when you're just sort of randomly talking about something just sort of off the side, and then somebody has to come in and try to correct you on little tiny stuff that doesn't even have to do with the case. You know? It's wild. Let's see. Pro Burgers will still say he was... Yeah, everybody's wrong. I mean, I've been wrong many, many times. But you know what I do over here when I'm wrong about something? I just move on to the correct information and add that in. You know what I'm saying? Like you add it in, and then now you're moving forward in the correct way. It's the people, when they're wrong, they have to stay on the wrong thought, just like the Pro Burgers. Like they know that they're wrong now. They've seen it. They've seen the writing on the wall. They know that they're wrong. But they can't switch because that's just part of their makeup. Like if I was one of them early on and I'd be like, oh, I'm out of here. I got, this is, okay. I'm hoping there's some people that after seeing all this information have switched over to the light. Right, yeah, he was trying to understand himself. Just like, that's why I'm saying it's just like Steve, James Holmes. No, the show didn't say anything about the Googling the house before 911. So it makes me wonder if that's sort of something... I mean, that's something that Steve Gonzalez said he thinks happened. Now, is that something that did happen, or is it something... Well, what's weird is he said one of the biggest things was how late the call was. I mean, yeah, the 911 call is because he was searching for it. He thought that there would be something, and so there might be something that's out there that he knows that we don't know. And that wouldn't shock me at all. Yeah, pragmatic, right. Like I've been one of the people that said that you shouldn't have men competing in women's sports for now 6 years. And now it's like everybody's saying that. But that's just logic and common sense. Let's see. Well, I think a lot of the Pro Burgers aren't idiots. They're just, they're willfully ignorant. They're intentionally trying to look at something in a way, probably outside of that. They do things, they're not dumb people, but, they got caught up, sort of like a cult. A lot of people in cults aren't stupid, but once they're in the cult, they start believing crazy things. And that's exactly what I think Pro Burgers are. It's like a cult. They keep repeating, oh, the lime green Elantra. The lime green Elantra? What planet are you on? There isn't a lime green Elantra. And if there is, there is a lime green Elantra. It's just not on surveillance on this night. Okay? Bam. It's crazy. Let's see. Up here it's at 401. It's right here. Look at 401 Ridge Road. Vehicle is 401 and 30 seconds. The vehicle travels south, then east onto Lauder Avenue. And that's where we get the famous photograph of... It's going to be coming up here in just a second. Of course, everything's slow. Hope my computer doesn't freeze up here. Something's weird happening. Uh-oh. Am I frozen up over here? Let's see. No? Okay. Now I'm in there. On the 8th. there it is. I put it out in the main folder. So this shot right here is, this one was actually taken at 4:01 and 43 seconds. A vehicle matching the description of vehicle 1 turns from eastbound Lauder Avenue and then heads south onto Ridge Road. Let me show you where that is. That's right over here. So this there's a camera on this building right here that faces that direction and picks up the Elantra coming down like this, just like that. And it says at 30 at so look, I'll show you exactly why that's reality. Is right here. It says 4:01 and 30 seconds is when it spotted originally turning there. And then 4:01 and 43 seconds is when the next camera picks it up. So right here, 4:01:30 goes like this. And then it turns right here. And then the camera, look at this, you guys. It's going to be just like this. There's a camera right over here facing that direction. And look at that. There it goes. Okay, that's what you're going to see. And they say that this is a lime green vehicle. And you know what their argument is? Because surveillance cameras in their night vision mode can take different color paints and it'll look white. And I looked it up and it is true that if you have a, lime green is one of the ones that has certain properties, and if you see it on a surveillance camera, it might appear white. This isn't a, this shot right here is not a shot from a night vision camera. It's not like, you see this? You know how you know it? Because there's a red tail light right there. That would appear just completely white and blown out, as a matter of fact. And it's not, because that's just a regular camera. There must have been a lot of light underneath the awning or whatever, so it thought it was still daylight, or that's just what it always does, but it filmed the car driving. And this is the one that shows that it's missing a front license plate, and it's a white vehicle, and that's just a fact. Okay? This is not green. Yeah, I just said that. It's a white car. I said that, yeah. What kind of home has standard night vision camera? Well, not night vision, but, the, what is it, infrared or whatever. At night, when you're using your surveillance cameras, it switches over. Mine have that. Like Ring cameras have that. Yeah, that guy's an idiot. Georgia girl. I mean, literally, like he can communicate well, where he sells fake arguments to people. I don't think he believes anything he's saying. Let's see. I have ADT camera, ADTs. I got the hell out of ADT. I can't stand that company. I use like Ring. ADT is just a joke, man. Those guys are the worst service you've ever seen. They absolutely don't give a shit about anything. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Then they had this, like, retention person, because I was with them for so long. They called me up and they go, man, I'm out of here. You guys are terrible. I mean, you guys have been terrible for years. I just didn't take the time to do this. I'm getting the hell out of here. Yeah. Yeah, try to switch over to... I would switch over to Ring Home Security. It's awesome. It just all works well, like Wi-Fi shit, It has batteries, so even if somebody cuts a line, it's still working. Oh, they're absolutely horrible. I've actually had my alarm go off, and they've never called, ever, to say, hey, your alarm's going off. It's like, it's just, what's the point? And then they installed like when I moved in, and I still had the same system, and they wouldn't update it for me. Well, it's going to cost you a couple, what do you mean, man? I'll say a customer if you give me a new one. That's just, forget it. No way. I don't, let's see. German Shepherd and Staffy Security says, apparently for the first time on November 16th, he Googled the murders at, somebody just got me that information a few minutes ago. Oh, so that's interesting that it says for the first time. See, look right here, Zozo. I forgot who was that in the chat. That was Subspective, I think. See, we have it right here, look. 11:16 or 11:16 at 9:16 Googled his name for the first of 4 times. Right. But that's interesting because I didn't think about that. I'm marrying it up with your question that you asked earlier. It sounds like his first time he ever looked it up was the 16th, which means that he didn't look it up on the 13th. But maybe he looked up something different on that day. You know, he was looking up the Idaho 4 murders on the 16th. Right? Is that what you're saying? No, his name for the first time. Well, what day did he look up? I want to know what day. What was the first time he looked up the... So I'm not... What I just said wasn't right. You were looking up the... He Googled his name for the first time on the 16th. What did you put in? He Googled... No, I thought he Googled his name, not the murders. Yeah, his name was... Yeah, his name was before. Okay, how come... So a minute ago when now I'm confused. Yeah, what day did he look up his name? That's way up here, right? Like... shit. I don't remember. Yeah, the only time I have the word name is right there. Okay, let's get this fixed here. Okay, he looked at the murders on the 16th. Okay. Okay. That's on the 16th. So what I guess, would they consider he's looking up the murders if on the 13th at like 8 in the morning he looks up, crimes in Moscow or something? I don't think they would. I don't know if that would be considered that. This is when he's looking up the, the Idaho murders. And that's pretty early. It was like 18th that he looked up. Okay, we were just told it was the 16th. No, he uses VPN when he turned his phone back on at 4:48 near Blaine. He uses VPN to do whatever he was doing. I think he used his mapping program. He didn't realize, though, that his phone still connects to the tower. He's just using his VPN on the internet. So it was kind of stupid again. Let's see. What day did... Yeah, no problem. Let's see. What day did they say on the news it was a white Elantra? I think it was at the end of... it was late November, I think. Yeah, I might have to watch it myself. Nope, Columbo, not too smart. He made a lot of crazy mistakes, Columbo. I mean, there's so many of them. It's crazy. So if he left the knife on intentionally, and he just missed a little spot to clean, well, there's one. And even if he left it accidentally and he cleaned it just to be safe, he still missed a spot. And he also left it there. The DNA thing, he thought that, removing his own DNA from his family's trash would somehow not lead to him when the DNA collected would all lead to his family members. I mean, there's just so many different things. And then he left his cell phone on all of his dry runs. So it shows that there's a pattern that he's been there. And law enforcement even noted that oftentimes criminals will not turn their phone off when they are surveilling because they're not committing a crime. It's only the day that, and that's exactly what happened in the the Chase Merritt case, where he killed an entire family, and he went out and dug holes in the desert. And we actually gave the tip to law enforcement that he must have buried them 2 days after they were killed, because there were tracks made in mud, and it only rained on that day, and the tracks were still there 4 years later. They were still sitting there. So they go, oh, wait, we verified your tip. So they, it showed that he was out there, but he had his phone on that day. That was the day he was digging the graves, I mean. And then the day he buried him, he turned his phone off. I think. I believe that's how it went. Yeah, that whole glove, I don't believe in the glove outside thing. I think the glove outside is a little tricky YouTuber making a move. You know who found that, Zozo, right? We shouldn't be talking about the bloody glove. I have a feeling there's just completely bogus. It's not related to the case or anything. He apparently sat on a chair in... Right, we said that earlier. Yeah, it's not a thing. You know which YouTuber? Yeah, I mean, he goes out and hey, look, I found a glove. Jeez, really? Okay. The same guy that thought that Brian Laundrie was a guy on Twitter when they already found his bones. That guy? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Do you think he may have had another additional weapon? Maybe. Hell, maybe he threw both sheaths away. I mean, that's why I was looking for the utility knife sheath and the K-bar knife sheath. Hey, thank you, Jimmy Sotak. Maybe on donation night we can work together to give something to Maddie's family can attend trial. Well, is there a non-profit that's doing that? I've already given money to. I have to give to non-profits in here. That's part of the that's what I do from my channel. Yeah, I did see there's another fund for the 3 girls. I did donate to Ethan's Smile. I gave $500 the other day, so maybe we can do something like that. I mean, I'm good with doing the scholarships, and in his name. I think that's more worthy than paying for somebody just to go to a trial. We can make a difference in somebody's life. I think they'll have no problem getting there. But if there's a non-profit that's taking care of that, we can definitely send to that. Why would he want a new sheath? Well, that's the thing. I mean, maybe he's just stupid and thought, ooh, they might have found my sheath. I better get another one. And went, wait a minute, I don't have the knife, so that's why he didn't buy the sheath. It was like a moment of then he thought through it. Yeah. But thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, I was actually planning on donating. So, like, maybe the next couple days we'll donate some more money to. Maybe I'll check with Steve and see if he's got anything, a charity or anything that they've built. I don't know if they have or not. Yeah, I can't imagine them having any difficulties being funded to go to the trial. There's no way that Yeah, yeah. I've been saying that the knife sheaths are calling cards. I mean, I think the knife sheath was left as a calling card. I think it's also very possible it just came off in a battle, but my sort of belief is that it's a calling card and that he left it there intentionally. I think he went there to kill Madison Mogen. He was going to go up to that room and he was going to kill Madison Mogen quietly and leave a sheath there as a calling card, and he was going to leave. But it didn't go smoothly because when he gets up there, Kaylee's in the bed. She wakes up and attacks, and it's possible he may have already put the sheath down as a calling card, and then she wakes up and he's like, oh crap, and has to attack her, and he leaves it there. Then he goes downstairs, and then Xana is saying, hey, there's somebody here, and then he follows that sound and he kills both of them, but they weren't supposed to be killed. Yeah, Ethan's Smile has a scholarship fund. I don't know if the Gonzalez is due. Maybe I'll ask him if he does. That person was too short, and I do not believe he was. Who are you talking about? Why are people even talking about other suspects? I mean, this is wild. There isn't anybody out there. So even in the documentary or whatever you call it, they have like Ann Taylor saying, we have a lead about another possible. You know what that is? It's going to be the lime green Elantra guy. And then what's going to happen is they're going to look into it and go, well, there's no nexus other than he drives a lime green. He drives an Elantra, but it's not the right color, and it's just not going to make it anywhere. Okay, it's not going to make it. But I think that's what these wacko YouTubers, they all got on the same page and went, ooh, and maybe even Ann Taylor fed them a little bone, and that's where they went. I can't go back and read it, subspective. If you can, you're not tagging me because if you were, well, I guess maybe you are over here. What's weird is this screen has the tagging. I don't know if you can see that, but it doesn't have it over here on the, like this StreamYard thing, doesn't have it. So let's see. You said you've been tagging me. I see one time. Oh, haven't been tagging you. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to go look for your... If you tagged me, I would have found it, but I can't do it. If you want to type him in again, that'd be great, but I can't do it. Okay. A lot of families do face financial difficulties when they attend trial, especially... Well, I mean, what do you want me to do? Like, go up and try to find? I can't do that. 11:8. Okay, I see one. It says 11:18 at 12. That's right. That was that early morning one. I remember seeing that. 12:16. 12:16. Of course. Jesus. A.M. The perfect killing machine. Wait, what day was that? Googled murders for the first time, and I guess there's other stuff. It was he was watching. All right, and then watching. That's right. I remember him saying that. Keith, perfect killing machine. Ted Bundy. Okay. Hey, thanks. LNE G. Hey, no problem. Did you get the phone call? No. Yeah, no, I've got all the information on it. I didn't finish it. We started doing it, and then I realized I have a lot more to do, so I got to do it tomorrow. I've got the document. I don't know why I didn't do that the other day, but it's was it that one? Yeah, it's in this document right here, look. This one. It has all the, every single thing going all the way down. All the way to here. I think I made it to, like right in this area. And then I thought, well, that's going to take too much time. So I'm just going to do this part tomorrow. And then we'll have a, pretty good, tight timeline. No, it's not. Here's what my background is. I used to watch shows. Everybody watched the shows and everything when they were younger. And then back in like 2013, 12 maybe, when Jodi Arias' trial was going on, I had already gone to the Art Institute for Animation and Media Arts, so I built a whole replica of the bathroom and the crime scene, everything, all the way down to the tiles that had their correct blood spatter image. I actually took the picture of the, and put them on the, it was crazy. It looked exactly like the crime scene. And then from that, I got hired to do a, a crime scene reconstruction for a Brooklyn, New York prosecutor. And so I made a whole animation of this whole elevator incident that happened, and we won the trial, and the jury even said, oh, it was the video. That was, yeah, it really explained everything. So that was cool. And then, I would always just make little videos here and there to try to get people to see stuff. I made a ton of videos during the Jodi Arias case, but I wasn't really even a monetized or anything channel. It's too bad. But anyways, after that, let's see, back in like 2017, I started my channel, and we were doing live streams, and I was covering the Delphi. I think I was making videos, but then I started going live in late 2017. And I started making videos on that. I covered the Kanika Jenkins case, and I kept making videos, and I've covered thousands of cases in the last almost 6 years, or 8 years I've been doing it, probably. Thousands. Literally thousands of cases. And a lot of them are just so different, but after a while you sort of get to the point where you can see what's happening and you understand it. And I think a lot of the freaks feel the same way because they've been on the journey covering all these cases. So it's it's different. I mean, I've actually had detectives send me emails that say stuff like, man, well, one of them said to me, he goes, I'm actually aware of that cold case that you're looking at, and you, just by reading the articles, have been able to ascertain what we believe is likely what happened. Stuff like that. I'm always like, wow, that's so cool. And that's because we've covered thousands and thousands of cases. And if you cover the cold cases from the 40s, 50s, and 60s, you can really learn a lot because those articles are chock filled with information. Like, they literally would walk around in the crime scene, do pictures and diagrams and do all this stuff. So after a while, you're just looking at that. The newer stuff, they always hide stuff. The detectives and everybody want to keep everything quiet and don't talk about it. Yeah, so there you go. So that was kind of a long answer, but that's the reality right there. And I think if you really watch around and watch all my videos, you'll see that we're a little bit even more accurate than some of the proclaimed ex-cops and detectives that do their shows. Okay? That's just the reality. I can just tell you, there's so many times where I'm like, oh my God, are you kidding me? I think that's why they have guests on so much, because they want them to be talking. Even when there is a natural disaster, they hide the real death count. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think we've all sort of learned together. I used to be a little bit more entertaining of conspiracy shit at the well, I don't even know, because I would say not before I was doing live. I think before I was doing live streams. It was like, I think the Jodi Arias case is what changed how I think about and look at cases, because I remember doing that, and I had a theory at the beginning, and I wasn't even close to right at all. But then I started looking at the facts, and I know that the gunshot was first in that case, not the knife, just like the prosecution said. So the prosecution, they just totally, I think they were unethical in the way that they switched the sequencing of weapons. And I mean, I can prove it. I mean, that's the weird part, is I literally can prove what they did. It was pretty disgusting. However, she did it, so she got exactly what she deserved. I just don't like when prosecutors do that kind of stuff. That's really, it was terrible. And he's actually been sanctioned and lost his law license, that prosecutor. He's a, oh my God. I mean, that guy I wouldn't be shocked if she got a new trial someday. Honestly. I think she'll still lose because she did it, and she can't defend herself. But, that, it was crazy. But anyways, watching all the other people following the case, it's very similar. There's these crazy contingent of wacko, nutjob conspiracy theorists that were following that. And I started realizing, man, that's just totally bogus. I can prove it too. And then I realized I could prove things were bogus. So then I really started to focus in on what are the facts of cases and how do we put this all together to try to come up with a reasonable theory based on the information. And then we came up with the phrase, fill the box with facts before you think outside of it. People say, think outside the box, man. And I always say, yeah, right. But fill the box with facts first, then think outside of that box. Not just a random thought of nothingness. And so that's kind of when I started getting rid of the conspiracy theory part, unless it actually presents itself in a case when you're going through it. That's it. All right. So that's what we've been doing for like 10 years. Like, I'd say 12 years I've been doing videos on crimes. It's just live stream started in 2017. You're crazy, Tuned. You're just a crazy person. Well, the more wounds that come out, there had to be more than one person. So you guys are always looking to just try to find a way to free your guy. There wasn't more people. Brian Kohberger's the only killer. He's the only one that was there. He did it. He was sober. He was jacked up. He had a K-bar knife. He was ready to go. All the victims were drunk, sleepy, tired. He wasn't. He killed them all. He did it. Case closed. And law enforcement even did a walkthrough and said it could be done in 2 to 4 minutes. Totally agree. I did a 7-minute video, and that was too long. Let's see. I don't know why he took the time to carve. Well, who knows if he carved his legs? Did he just cut his legs and they called it carved? We don't know. See, again, that's one of those things, right? What does that mean, he carved his legs? If he sat there and if he cut like a name or something, that's even, Here's what I think, you guys. It wouldn't shock me at all if he did that. Because I think Kohberger took these classes from the teacher, and he was so enamored with all these serial killers, he wanted to do all these cool things in one killing. He wanted to leave a calling card. He wanted to kill and get away with it and do all these things and be so good. He wanted to be a great serial killer. And so it wouldn't shock me if he tried to do something like that too. A signature A carving would be a signature. The calling card is exactly what that is, a calling card. It's not a signature. So he may have carved something because he wanted to do a signature too, and he was going to always carve something on all of them. It wouldn't shock me a bit, but it also wouldn't shock me at all if it wasn't that he carved something and that he actually just, they called it carving, but when he just cut somebody. Now, I don't know if he sat on the chair and carved something. I don't know if that's connected. They didn't say that. They just said he carved his legs, and then at some point they think he sat down on a chair. But yeah, maybe he sat there and he held one of Ethan's legs and carved something. No, that's not what he said. Steve Gonzalez said he didn't have to go upstairs, is what he said. And so that's, you know, he's targeted. You know, he targeted Madison Mogan. That's why he went upstairs. He could have came in and went right to Xana's room or killed people on the second floor first. Right. It kind of does make sense if he sat down. That kind of make. I mean, what's he going to do? Stand up, bend way down, and start cutting the. But he could have been. You know, if he was still on the bed, though, that would be somewhat high. So, I mean, who knows, man? I just, in some ways, I wish it's like if he confessed, there wouldn't be a trial, but I would require him to tell the truth. And I think he wants to say what he did. He thinks he's so great, you know. He probably would sit there and tell you every damn detail. Is a fact that we don't have all the facts, right? And it's a fact that. Your comments are generally things that are very, very unlikely to ever happen. Okay? So you're always looking at, well, if we don't know this fact, therefore I'm going to pick the most unlikely thing in the world, and you can't argue with me, and that's a fact. That's what you always do. Yeah, that wasn't in the documentary. Did you get to see it, Zozo? Or? Yeah, that definitely wasn't in there. Didn't mention Papa Rogers. Papa Roger, I mean. I haven't picked anything at all. What? Let's see. He will to get his death sentence prolonged like Bundy. Yeah, on Facebook. What? I don't know what you mean. I was talking about the documentary that just, the Dateline didn't mention it. I don't know what you're talking about Facebook. I'm talking about Papa Rogers' comments. We don't know if he's connected to Koberger because they didn't mention it in the documentary. That's it. Hey, look at that. Somebody from Twitch commented. That's a miracle. Wow, look at that. Glock Work Orange. I think that's the first time anybody's commented from over there. Hey, thanks, Marcy. I just thought I would try to do Twitch and everything. Or did you send me a message on Facebook? Is that what you're saying? Or I'm not sure what you're... Yeah, I mean, remember Papa Rogers? He was the guy on... he was in that Facebook group. Is that what you're talking about? Do what, man? I don't know what that means. It's like you all just want it to be... well, because it is Koberger. I mean, we don't want it to be anything. It is Brian Koberger, you guy. Now, if you think there's somebody else involved, let Brian Koberger bring his name up. I just don't understand your brain. It's just wild. Yeah, we all think it's Koberger. There's no evidence that anybody else... It's just like Richard Allen, man. Richard Allen was bridge guy. There's no evidence that there was anybody else at all. Zero. Oh, but there's too many wounds. There's no way one guy... You guys are exactly the same. They all said that there had to be more people because one guy couldn't kill two 13-year-old girls when he had a gun. Are you kidding me? It's stupid. Well, one's 13, one's 14. Let me get that right before I get corrected again. I hate these surviving roommates have to testify. Yep. It's okay. I don't know what that means. Clockwork Orange. I have no idea what you're saying. Man, it'd be so great if we had get some normal people coming in from over there. Steve Gonzalez said the other night while on the interview room that KG was beaten so badly she would have passed without the stabbing. Well, I mean, she was punched in the face or something, but kind of shocked that you're watching over there. That's that crazy channel I was telling you about. Let's see, he could take a selfie from the room and they'd still say that was from another party. Right. They'd say that law enforcement's setting him up. Somebody took a picture and they doctored it to make it look like it was coming from there. I think he told Xana, "It's okay, I'm here to help you," meant help kill you, stop your suffering. Maybe. And Taylor knows he did it. Yeah, of course she does. Yeah. That's why she's bored. You know, like, if she was interested in the case and really thought he was innocent, don't you think she'd watch every second of those surveillance videos first? Don't you think, you guys? I think that she would watch every second of the surveillance footage and just be really excited to go look at it. Okay, look it. But every time she looked at it, there he is. There's that white Elantra. It's right there. Yeah, she keeps talking about the DNA thing. The DNA argument is so ludicrous. And I've told you what they said on that show. I've said exactly what Dateline has said like 40 times on this show about the DNA. I've explained it exactly the same way. And it's amazing. I mean, it's weird when you watch the show. It's like the only thing I haven't said are the things that we hadn't heard about before. The rest of it is exactly, but better, explained. For example, the surveillance footage going around, I do a way better job. I don't know why they're not doing that. It's kind of frustrating that they don't put out the full surveillance footage that they've got so we can look at it and talk about how, look at the lights over there, they explain that. You can see it over here, they said that. Hey, no problem, MW. Can you imagine having to be in a room with that creep? Hey, cool, Tanika. What case did you start following me on? Don't tell me it was Kanika Jenkins. Oh, boy. Man, I still get crap from that case. There's only two cases that really... Kanika Jenkins or Delphi from 2017. I think we also did... What was the other one? That was also around that same time. Might have been early 2018. What's their... Molly Tibbetts. I like your... I am right. Yeah, well, the thing is you know, I'm not always right. Like, if somebody says something, oh, shit, I'll go, yeah, I'll see it. But when people squabble about, like, a little thing that isn't really there, then I'm sort of like, okay, this person's just trying to create issues. And the people who say that I don't admit when I'm wrong are liars. I do it all the time. They just don't watch the show enough. I found you from the Idaho 4 case. Appreciated how you drove out there to Idaho. Yeah. I might go out there again with my 360-degree camera and try to get some more filming done out there. It's kind of too late to get the same look. You know, you kind of want to be there when the trees are empty, but I don't know. I think it's still valuable. Clear from the outer space that he did it. That's right. I mean, just look at all the stuff now, man. Koberger's the most unlucky guy in the world. You have to admit. I mean, look at, he was just going out for a drive one night, and he turns his phone off. I mean, who doesn't turn their phone off at 2:54 in the morning? Who doesn't do that? You know, because a lot of us get a lot of phone calls at 2:54. Wouldn't want to interrupt that stargazing, right? And he drives a white Elantra. And then lo and behold, and he doesn't have a front license plate. And then lo and behold, another person was in Moscow, Idaho, driving around a white Elantra, missing its front license plate, during the same time that his phone was turned off. But yeah, of course, it's not him. And we don't know how old the Elantra is. You know, it's either a 2011 to 2016. And it's driving around. And then the car keeps driving. The same white Elantra, amazingly, bad luck again, is driving around the residence. And then it's also really unlucky that 23 times prior to the murders, Koberger just happened to be driving by the same house within 100 yards, 23 different times, in a town that's not the town he lives in. It's 10 miles away. He just happened to do that. But then on this night, it's amazing, there's a white Elantra driving around, but his phone is off on this night. So it's just really bad luck that it looks bad just like that. Then the car drives around like 4 or 5 times inside the actual complex that the homicide victims live in. And then at 4 o'clock, he notices a DoorDash driver, a person driving a white Elantra, notices a DoorDash driver in the driveway. So then he turns around, does a U-turn on Willanta Drive and drives back. And then how unlucky is this, that the Elantra then drives by Ridge Road at 4:01 and 40 seconds or so, and that camera can tell that it's actually a 2014 or 15 Elantra missing its front license plate. And my God, how unlucky is it that Koberger actually owns a vehicle in that small window of time, and it's a white Elantra. Jeez. God, that's bad luck. And then whoever was driving this Elantra pulls up to 1122 King Road at 4:07 and 47 seconds. Lights can be seen on 1127 as it turns and parks, likely right around 4:08. And then between 4:08 and 4:20 and 47 seconds, which is 12 minutes and 47 seconds, all 4 victims were killed by the person driving this white Elantra, because it was parked outside and then it's seen driving away at a high rate of speed just after the murders. Man, that's unlucky. But what's even more unlucky is the driver apparently had been hanging out with Koberger earlier in the day because he deposited DNA on a knife sheath that was left at the scene. God, he's unlucky. And then the DNA led to Brian Koberger. You know, you got to admit, like, he is one of the most unlucky people that's ever been. An absolutely innocent guy that just got screwed by fate. Yeah. And then, isn't this even weirder, though? What a bad luck it was that he purchased a balaclava in January of the same year of the homicides. And then a few months later, he buys a K-bar knife sheath that matches the exact same make and model of the sheath found on the bed. What a horrible luck that is. I mean, just think about that for a minute, just how much bad luck that is for one person. It's almost like he should play the lottery, because it can't get worse. You get what I'm saying? And then And then think how crazy it is, too, that he lost a knife sheath. Because just a few days after the murders, he's looking to replace a knife sheath that he lost. Wow! What are the odds, man? Jesus, it's incredible. He is the most unlucky guy that's ever lived. All right, there you go. I mean, there's a lot more I could have thrown in there. It's just, wow. Circumstantially. But see, Gray, it's just a circumstantial case. All right. Well, you got that right, but it's the most damning circumstantial evidence I've ever seen. All right? It just goes on and on and on. It's like having a video camera in a sphere of a building. There's one entrance, and then two people walk in. One's holding a gun. Then the camera goes out, and then the person holding the gun leaves the building, and then the camera works again, and the person he was with is dead on the ground. The pro-burgers will say, he just took his own life. He grabbed the gun from the other guy, and he took his own life, and the other guy left. How can you say that isn't true? Well, how come the other guy hid then? You guys are crazy, man. I think they can bring up the gloves when they caught him, and they can bring up the gloves, and then the jury will go. You see, here's what they're going to do with that. They're going to bring up the fact that Koberger was taking these oh yeah, another thing is he's also very unlucky that he was a criminology student who had learned how to not contaminate a crime scene. And by the way, when they arrested him, he was wearing surgical gloves, separating his own trash out of the garbage can, right out of the schooling that he had. So if there's anybody out there that is more likely to not leave any evidence at a crime scene, wouldn't you think it would be a criminology doctoral student over a Joe Schmo walking down the street? Well, there you go. Let's see. What is the stuff about the pool party? He just went to a party. I think it was July 9th. It was a pool party. He got a girl's number. He kind of was leering at other girls with bikinis, and he made them feel uncomfortable. One of the boyfriends even came up and said something, but he kept doing it like he didn't catch on. Then he texted one of the girls like, hey, I really like, they were talking about hiking apparently at the pool party, and he says, I really like that activity, in a text message, really awkward shit. And then the other people he met at the party, they liked hiking too, I guess, and then they all showed up to go hiking on a butte, and he got there after them, and he walked off into the darkness when they were leaving as it was getting dark. So stuff like that. And then he started really focusing in on Moscow after that party, and that party was in Moscow. So, that's interesting. I think something at that party directed him towards the house somehow. Could the aggravating factors speed up his execution if sentenced to death? I don't think so. He's going to have the same opportunities for appeals and this and that and the other thing. And it might make it less likely that a judge rules in his favor at various times, I guess. I don't know if mitigating factors affect what a judge's rulings are on factual evidence, I wonder if he was the person killing and skinning. People talked about that. I don't know about that. I know people talked about that. There was only one incident. So when you say pets, it's disingenuous. Brian's searches were really disturbing with passes out women. What? Yeah, he said passed out. Let me type the word pass in here. I know it's in here. I think it's down here at the bottom. Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah, he said, when can a cop detain you? And then he also searched for, they were on like porn sites where he said forced, passed out, drugged, sleeping. I guess it was some kind of Google search. He did that on August 26th. We made a lot of good progress on extra timeline information tonight. I figured out what you meant. I think you will definitely get death, as it's not... Yeah, that's what I thought. It was like porn or something. I think Kaylee's mom said BK was following the girls, but repeatedly tried to get a reaction out of Maddie. I don't know. I don't remember hearing anything like that. If that was part of the story, I think we would have heard that in the documents, don't you think? I mean, maybe he was liking her comments, but don't you think that would have been in one of the documents we've seen so far? It just seems like it. Man, you wouldn't want to be on get the death sentence back in like 1940, because you get executed like 4 days later. They didn't start doing this 20 years of appeals until... I don't really mind, actually. Until we get the death penalty. See, my thing is I'm for the death penalty in specific cases. But the fact that we've exonerated people off of death row should make everybody have a little pause in sort of the cavalierness of it. I think it should be... The death penalty should be sort of rare, and you have to have certain things that are met, that are actually factually proven without a doubt. You can't have an eyewitness that kind of saw something in the dark. And so the thing is when you have that many people that have been exonerated off of death row, you realize that we've actually executed innocent people. Because before DNA was a thing, those people didn't have the option. They just got executed. And now that there's DNA, people have been exonerated because the DNA that was from the killer didn't match them. So I think we need to get to a point where there's no chance of making a mistake. Like, it's on film, other than that, it's just life without parole and no chance for, you don't even get to go to a hearing. There's nothing. I know it's expensive, but, you gotta, there has to be, well, I guess there's got to be a chance that, like, some of these people that had been executed, that maybe they aren't killed, so there's a chance. I don't know, man. It's just, and I think if you're on, don't you guys agree that if you get falsely convicted and you're on death row, or you've been in prison for like 30 years, you should get millions and millions of dollars. I think it's just sick when they argue and go, well, we thought it was. What do you mean, man? That means you sold a bill of goods. You sold a bill of goods to that jury. You made stuff up because you convicted an innocent person. So how did you do that? How did you actually convict an innocent person? That means that the information that you provided made it look like that. And you see, that it's not common, but that does happen. That's not what's happening in Koberger's case, however. Okay, So don't get me wrong here. I'm just telling you the cases out there where somebody's exonerated off of death row. You got to ask yourself the question: how was that prosecutor able to convict that person when he didn't actually do it? Isn't that weird? So we got to get to figure out how to not have that. The system needs to be fixed before we move forward. Right. I would say this: get the death penalty right, figure it out, and do not let it string on for decades. Like, once you get it to a point where these are all the factors that are met, this person is death penalty qualified, and you get executed. There isn't like, we don't need to sit and wait. Like, you're on film. There he is right there. He's on film. His semen was found in the body. Hey, you got that one. Boom, boom. And then you put together this other factual information that means that there cannot be any possibility that it's anybody else. And then maybe you speed it up a little bit instead of having like, but the way it is now, I'm glad that there's 20 years because, I mean, some of these people might not have actually done it. Not Koberger, though. He's not one of those people. You know, Koberger is one of the ones that I would put into that other category. I mean, you see his car circling like a shark, and his DNA is found on the murder weapon sheath. Yeah, but I mean, I guess in a scenario where if you have to have specific information, perhaps he wouldn't make it to that level if you were... I mean, I believe he 100% is the one, but if you made it so strict to a certain point, he might be one that would survive it because he might not have the requisite, you know, bombardment of like data that points directly to him. Except I see it though. It's all like a lot of it's circumstantial, but it's strong circumstantial evidence. Why was he looking to purchase knife sheaths only on one of his search times? Why was he doing that? Because he's missing one. I mean, other than that, what you do? You order a K-bar knife. It comes with a sheath. So why would you be looking for a sheath? Because you're missing one, and you know you're missing one. I mean, it's so obvious. I think that's a huge piece of information that came out. That's one of the biggest things that came out in that whole documentary, in my mind. It's gigantic. Why delete? I don't know what that means. Yeah, he was trying to delete. You mean remove his order? Is that what you're saying? That he was trying to order it? That should be a big deal to the pro-burgers. They always kind of have some answer. How do they answer that one? All right. So for you pro-burgers out there, how do you answer? There's got to be a couple of you still watching. How do you answer that question? Why did he buy a knife sheath? Why was he trying to buy a knife sheath? He looked up utility knife sheath and then K-bar knife sheath. Why would he do that? Because he's missing one. That's why you buy one. If you buy a K-bar knife, it comes with the sheath. Right? So, yeah, I know I'm repeating myself, but I just want the pro-burgers to think about that a little bit. Yeah, that's what you say. Hey, listen, why do you think he bought a sheath? Because this other guy had a green Elantra, a lime green one. But what does that got to do with the sheath? Well, I'm not saying Koberg, but this other guy has something to do with it too. I think he's the one with... Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. So there's two killers with Elantras? One's lime green and the other... Listen, you guys, there's two Elantras missing a front plate. A white one and a lime green one. Just doing laps around. Unbelievable. It's a miracle, everybody. It's a miracle. The night of the dancing Elantras. Tonight, watch the beautiful special of the lovely dance between the lime green and white Elantras as they frolic through the neighborhood, filled with love, only to be met by a horrific murder that they had nothing to do with. They just happened to be driving around. Unfortunately for one of the drivers, his DNA happened to be found on the knife sheath. Who knows if he went to a McDonald's earlier in the day and just shook hands with the real killer, who probably walked there from the garbage bin around the corner. You remember the guy who threw something in the bin and he went and grabbed it? And then he went over there and he... Oh my God, these guys are crazy people. Ah, ha, ha. Woo! Well, good, Janelle. I'm trying to make I'm trying to make people laugh a little bit here. I wonder if his Elantra had some other identifiable markings. Yeah, it's hard to. That's too. All the images kind of grainy looking. Anytime you film something at night, it looks like that. Even my footage is like that. When I had my GoPro. Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna do that. I mean, they did measure the tire marks there. I don't know if it led to anything. If it does, it's huge, right? It's like, oh man, look at that. He's peeled out right there. Maybe on the audio you can hear it do that. And so they went, ooh, let's get that. And maybe the rubber, exact composition of rubber scrapings matches his car, something like that. I mean, I'm sure tires are pretty similar, you know. It's my DNA on the like button, but it was planted there. Hey, look at, we have 1,131 likes. I think that's one of the largest live stream likes. I have more likes than people watching right now. That's a miracle. Did him and his dad stop for new tires? I don't know. That'd be kind of interesting, wouldn't it? They pick him up and he's got brand new tires on that Elantra. Dateline mentioned when he sped off, he almost hit someone. He probably meant like hit another car. Yeah, I think he just meant like he almost hit a car. Now, if there's a witness out there, that'd be interesting. But let me show you guys. What do you guys think about the DoorDash driver? Because I have it right here. Look at this. See, his headlights are seen south on Walanta Drive at 3:59:04. So that means at 3:59:04, his vehicle, let me show you, is, God, what's going on? There. Right here. See, there's the shot between there. His car is right there at 3:59:04. But then at 3:59:46, the key fob is going off right there. But if you think about it, it probably takes 20 seconds to get from here, maybe 25 to get from there to here. So that would be at like 3:59 and 20 seconds. So he's right there. He can see this car coming in. Like he's right there. So I bet you, like he's looking over there and he sees the light. I don't know. I just think there's an overlap of... So he sees the car coming here. And you know what he did differently on that trip? Is he drove right down here and did a U-turn and came right back quick. And when he came back, that car was still in here because look at the time here at 3... the DoorDash... Okay, so here's what... At 3:59:46, I think that key fob sound is him. So we get one at 3:59:46... 48 and 51. You got beep, 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 right? And then at 4 a.m., you know, that's when Dylan says everybody's in sleep. But at 4 o'clock and 14 seconds, so look at that. At minute 10 after it was driving south, it turns around and it's coming back. And at that time, this DoorDash guy is obviously still there, right? At 3:59:51, he is still there. Because look at this. At 4 o'clock and 27 seconds, we hear the return to the car key fob sounds. So look at when this car hit at 4 o'clock and 14 seconds. Just try to really focus in on this. Right here at 4 o'clock and 14 seconds, it's going this direction. So he looks over there. He can see that there's a car there because look at this. At 4 o'clock and 27 seconds and 28 seconds, that's when you hear the beep, beep again. So at 4 o'clock and 14, at that time when this is beeping, his car is likely like right here. And that car is still sitting there. So he sees it there. Guess what he does? He doesn't go into the complex because he sees it. He doesn't want to be seen, so he goes this direction, like this. And that's when he goes around and his car is spotted on this camera. So I think the DoorDash vehicle being there is the cause, not intentionally, but it caused the fact that you have this great photo of a 2014 or 15 Elantra missing a front license plate, because it wouldn't have gone this direction. He just would have kept doing his little coming down here, doing a U-turn, driving up like this. But that vehicle parked there, and then it made him sort of like, okay, so then he drove this way, and he worked his way around, and he got back over here at 404, and then he sees that the guy's not there anymore, so he comes in, and man, this, it all just makes complete sense. Just listen to this. So at 404, after he comes back around, he knows that car was there. So then he drives this direction, and he's looking, he sees the light on or something in Xana's room. So then he drives over here, and he does the three-point turn, and he comes back. The only time he did it was this time. A lot of different things happened after the DoorDash driver. The DoorDash driver caused a lot of different activities. So then he goes back this direction, and then he does another three-point turn here because he's looking. And he drives by here, and he goes, I'm going for it. Screw it. And he goes around, boom, 408, parks in there. Xana likely, maybe she even turned the light off a little bit in the room that she was in to let Ethan sleep. She's over in the kitchen. He goes in the house. He's already in the house maybe, and then she goes to the kitchen. Who knows? And, then it all goes down from there. But the DoorDash driver created a lot of issues. Ah, jeez, Simpson. Look at. Can you if you type in caps again? I'm removing you from the show. All right. You guys always come in. You're always so you just got it all figured out, man. All right. So, anyways, and I'll check for you in a minute because I saw something there, but it looked like a shadow to me moving. It wasn't a person. No. I'll do it when on my own time, Simpson. I don't think you're right, but you never know. Anyways, the car comes around right here, and then does the three-point turn, and then back here, and then boom, he goes inside the house, and then it speeds away at a high rate of speed at 420 and 47 seconds. Ray, do you believe Brian Koberger is Papa Rogers? I think it's a decent chance. I would have thought we would have heard about it so far in the documents. That's why I don't know. Wouldn't you think you would have heard about it in some of the documents that we were able to prove by online profile that the Papa Rogers account, and look what he said here. Oh, it's not a white Elantra. Don't look in that direction. He was trying to throw people off, and then he said they must have found a knife sheath, which was actually just good deduction because law enforcement said they're looking for a K-bar knife. And then he thought, well, they must have the sheath if they know what type of knife it was. Now, who purchased one? Although, wouldn't he also think that they found the weapon? I mean, couldn't you just say that? That's kind of... I guess we can go look at it. But like I'm saying, man, that DoorDash driver caused him to do a complete U-turn and then drive by the entrance that he hadn't done before, and then went all the way down by Ridge Road and then came back in, and then he was paranoid and did a three-point turn, turned around, came back twice. Don't you think that's pretty amazing? So look when they use 47. So 420 and 47 seconds. They're using it right there. The moment they see the light. See that? That's what I've been telling everybody. Right there. 420 and 47 seconds. Are you saying that that's a person right here, that thing? Yeah, it's not a person. And are you saying this is a person over here, that thing? Man, that's why I hate these kind of videos. They're so pixelated and everybody sees all kinds of things. There's nothing there, man. I'm not sure what the hell you're talking about. No, that's not a person. That thing, this thing right here are the lights from this car moving with it. Watch. Look at it. See how it moves right with it? Look at it. Ding, 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 ding. You know, you can go backwards and forwards, it moving with it. Yeah, it's not a person. It's not a person. That's just the reflection of the vehicle as the car drives by. Can't you tell? It's really obvious. All right. Hey, thanks, Jim Lon. I got a good sheath guy if anyone needs one. Got a good sheath guy. Yeah, that's not a person there. None of this is a person. That right there is the back of a vehicle, and its lights are the lights of the Elantra are shining on this vehicle. Now you can disagree if you want. You'll just be wrong. That's okay though. I mean, everyone has a right to be wrong. So you can see how it's pulling forward here. The lights are hitting the back of that car. And then when it drives by, the back lights, which aren't as strong, are also there, and it's continuing. Hey, Simpson, it's not moving. You're incorrect. Yeah, they just said you almost hit somebody. It could have just been a car. Maybe there's a person out there there's a witness that's standing out on Taylor Avenue that almost got hit that we can't see, but there isn't anybody right here. Or at least it's not what you're saying it is. That's a vehicle right there. Okay? Maybe there's a leprechaun or somebody standing behind one of these cars. Just don't know. Let's see. I bet he peeled out onto Taylor. Yep, he did. We haven't gone. He's going like 23 miles an hour right here. Yeah, I'm gonna get out of here myself. All right. So, anyways, I want to thank everybody for being here tonight. It's getting kind of late. I'll try to get another video out tomorrow that has more of the surveillance in there. Timothy Cecil, Van Dazen, Austin Huber, NJ, Elaine 1, ASAP, Lizzie, Tara, Vintage Peacock, Deidre Gambrel, Sherry C, Nick, Van Dazen, Austin Huber, Maga Mama, Austin Huber, Jeepers, Jeffrey Siddall, Suz F, Stephanie Sprague, Kick Rocks 214, Alley Cake, Forgetful Mandy, Timothy Cecil, Cindy Leon, 57 months, Uniquely Susie, retired hospice RN, 4 months. Melissa, and thanks everybody for the staying members for long term. You guys are the ones that get it over here. Appreciate it. You're not the trigger bunny types. Melissa, then Elizabeth Brown, M10, K Me. As a matter of fact, if you're on a true crime channel that pulls out a trigger bunny and warns you, run for the hills, man. Run for the hills. Jesse Jean, Elizabeth Brown, Alan J, Allie Cake, Michelle H, Judy Grandstrand, Walker, Janelle H, Christine Hale, Timothy Moore, Allie Cake, gifted a membership, M10 gifted 5, then Elizabeth Brown, 2 months. Elizabeth Brown gifted a membership, then Deidre Gambrel gifted a membership, then we have Linda Howell, 65 months, you guys. I mean, that's crazy. 65 months. Allie Cake, Elizabeth, she gifted a membership, then Elizabeth Brown gifted 1, then Janelle H gifted 5, then I gifted 5, then we had Tanya Barber became a new member. Then Pets Left Behind. Then Jax D. Elizabeth Brown. And then I Love Jesus did a cat eye donation. I think I was the only one of the night. Then Crimson gifted 5. Then Michelle H. Then J Mofo, new member. J Mofo super chat. Then Amber Maiden. Jim Lawn. Ivan Victor 19 months. Subspective. Ivan Victor 5 memberships. I think I missed that one earlier. Thanks, Ivan. And then Jim Lawn. And then Amber Maiden gifted a membership. Then M10. Tamran 127. And then Desi Wezzy 11. Subspective. Jim Lawn. And then Jimmy Sotak. And then Elaney G. Then Marcy. Then Subspective, new member. Then Jim Lawn. Jim Sotak. Jim Lawn again. And then Nikki Zubs. 28 months. Then we had Lisa Valenzuela, Sandy Shirley, Timothy Cecil, and then I think it was Maureen on PayPal, and then we have Chase Freedom on Buy Me a Coffee too. There you go. All right. Excellent. Any final questions or anything? I've been using StreamYard tonight, so it's a little different, but I think it's pretty good. I might try to start using it more. Live, and it's, well, I've been here for 4 hours and something, Vivian. Come on. Where have you been? Hit the notification bell. By the way, you guys, I know some of you are lying when you say you hit the notification bell in all videos. You know how I know that? Because YouTube tells you the percentage of people, and it's like 5% of the people subscribed to my channel have hit the notification bells in all videos. So we're going to need more of you guys to do that. So even if you have to hit the unsubscribe button, and then you subscribe it again, and then hit the notification bell in all videos. Not some videos, all of them. And then you'll get notified. And then maybe someday we can actually get more views on cases outside of this realm. Because whenever I make a video on another case, it gets like 2,000 views. Nobody cares. And I wish it was more like, hey, let's check it out. Well, nobody's not accurate. I guess those 2,000 did. All right. Well, thank you guys for being here tonight. Appreciate it. Did you guys find the show interesting at least? Or nobody's chatting anymore, so I'm just waiting for any replies. And happy Mother's Day to all you mothers out there. I'm sure it's already Mother's Day almost. It's in the evening over in Australia right now, probably early afternoon. And it's already Mother's Day on the East Coast, not where I live. But anyways, have a great Mother's Day tomorrow. All you freaks deserve great Mother's Days. All right? And, I'm sorry if you've lost a parent, a mother, or anything like that, like Zozo, must suck. But you also have kids that are going to be enjoying you as a mother. All right? So you are the mother of kids that want to say Happy Mother's Day to you. It's the cycle of life. You are the mother of the kids. So it's Mother's Day for you. Let's see, 4:30 p.m. Yep, 4:30. Yep. That's what I was thinking. Like afternoon. Yeah, well, thanks, Zozo. I'll let her know. All right, you guys. Thanks for being here. We'll see you tomorrow. And, as I always say, until next time, how's this work? Do I do this one? Be safe out there. No, that's not how you do it. You have to go like, I think I kind of keep this one up and then hit this one. Oh, there's a trigger bunny.
Yeah, I've been doing this true crime
You
thing
see the
for
trigger
quite a while
bunny?
now.
It ain't no
And
dummy.
during this whole time, I
It's
have
a
not seen
funny
one
bunny.
person.
It ain't no trigger bunny.
That is a
It's a
crime
trigger bunny.
dissector, thug rejector. I'm a certified human lie detector. I'm gonna get ya. I'll set ya. If you try and play me like a funny bunny, I'll tell me
Crime sector.
I'm not a funny bunny. I'm a sugar bunny. I ain't no dummy.
Crime collector.
Freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a bubble vector. Deflector, interceptor, and I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his spectre with all a spectral. Just remember,
I have a temper fucking check ya.
I have no agenda. I'm a pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal a true offender.
Yeah, so I'll just get right. Hey, by the way, you Twitch people, how many people were watching on Twitch? Like 8? There was a couple. I just got 2 more Twitch comments at the end on StreamYards over here. I bet there was 8 or 9 people watching over there. Anyways, thanks everybody. We'll see you guys later. And as I always say, again, until next time, be safe out there.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah, good night, everybody. See you later.
Good night, everybody. See you later.
What the hell was that? Was that Timmy?
Yeah, that was Timmy at the end. He's crazy. All right, you guys. See you later. Be safe.